Hello, everyone. For once, this might be a first, actually, in stream 303, that I'm starting where I left off with this Myxo puzzle that I was enjoying, and then we got very stuck on. But I encouraged people to sort of figure out what it was we were missing on the Discord. And I am happy to report that EMA did so. It's all in caps, so I'm not sure if EMA is Emma or if it is EMA. I'm not quite sure, but someone did. So we figured it out, and that the actual thing we were missing was actually quite cute and quite related to all the things that were. Oh, it is you. Okay, it is you. Okay. Uh, oh, I should have noticed the G and then put it together. That it probably was. Uh, but admittedly, my brain is but anyway, the Emma. All right, so we're going to do that. Before I do that, though, I should announce that since the last stream, I have published not one, but two new puzzles over on Logic Masters Germany. So I have published a Yajilin U-Bahn hybrid that I made on stream a couple weeks ago. So that one is there, and it is called Drift. And I have published a Sudoku that I, in fact, set off stream. So this is the first puzzle I've published that I've set entirely off stream in a bit. I've set a number of puzzles entirely off stream, and I tend to share them in the Discord. But usually but most of them are the sort where they're like a little on the easier side, so I usually don't publish them to LMD. This does remind me, I do have a Kropke skyscraper puzzle that I could throw on LMD for the interested. But anyway, the Sudoku puzzle is an inside skyscraper puzzle, if you like. It is not a U-Bahn, although at least in my brain it feels like the U-Bahniest Sudoku that I have ever made. But anyway, I hope you enjoy it. So let us go over the rules of this puzzle that we were in the middle of. So this is a loop puzzle with two types of traditional loop clues. So the two types of traditional loop clues are Garion was the first to test it. Thank you, Garion. Garion, Christine, and Manu, I believe, all tested it almost immediately when I put it up. So the Yajilin clues tell you how many cells are missed, and you can't have two cells that are missed next to each other. So the missed cells are marked in yellow, and likewise the Yajilin clues are marked in yellow. So the notation we came up with last time is that we'll yellow the cells that are not visited by the loop, and then we'll yellow the things that count them. So this arrow is yellow. It means that there's one yellow cell this way. This arrow is yellow. It means that there's going to be 6 yellow cells in this column by the time the world is done. The other type is the castle wall clue, which gives the length of the segments in that direction. So in the rules, Myxo phrased that, and this is helpful, as the number of borders crossed in that direction by the loop. So this 5 is saying that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and one more border crossed there. Note, this is the literal length. So this 3. However, someone who looked at this might be inclined to think, oh, that's length 6 because it's 6 cells of vertical movement. But because this only goes from center to center, the originator of Castle Wall thought, that is length 1, which is not how any other rule set counts. But it makes sense once you accept that it's not the thing that you think it is. And so this is 3 because that's length 1, that's length 1, and that's length 1. And so we have marked, because the castle wall clues are counting something to do with the loop, and the loop is green, we have marked the castle wall clues in green. Hey, Jay, I hope you're doing well. Blue is just my marker to say I know this cell isn't yellow. So I know there is loop in it, is what it means. And every clue in the grid is one of those 2 types. We don't know which one, but it's one of them. And it could be both. So this is not the kind of ambiguity puzzle that I usually do when I set. I usually like to say it's exactly 1, because then you get to have that 1 Q deduction at the end where you're like, oh, it can't be both, so it can't be this. Here it can be both. So when this is marked as green, it doesn't mean it's not also yellow. It could also be yellow. But often what's happened in this puzzle is that we knew for sure there was going to be yellow. So for example, this clue here, if I look at it, there is 1 yellow, but this clue also would be true for green, because the total length is 1, for example. Okay, so we are back here. So the deduction that we were missing here concerns this area of the puzzle and concerns the combination of these 2 6 clues. So this is what Emma figured out. In particular, we knew that this is a clue that is counting that there's 1, 2, 3, 4 cells already. So there's 2 more vertical segments in this column. And we made another observation, which we even made and used last time, which is that wherever there's a yellow cell in this column, there has to be at least 1 vertical segment next to it, because, well, if there were no vertical segment next to it, it would have to go horizontally, and then it would go into the yellow cell. However, if you turn over and look at this 6 here, you'll see that we currently are at 4, and so we need to have a yellow cell in one of those 2 and a yellow cell in one of those 2. So that's our 2 vertical segments that remain in the column. Okay, and so what Emma noted was that if we make this cell orange, it creates a sort of doom spiral that goes like this. So these are forced. This can't go up and down, because if this goes up and down, it uses all the vertical segments in this column. So this goes here. But the point now is that this either goes up or goes down, and it has to do one or the other. And it doesn't really matter for these purposes which one it does. And so that is the 5th vertical segment in the column. But remember, we know the 6th vertical segment in the column is down here next to the yellow cell here. So in particular, this cell is not yellow. And so it has to extend horizontally, but now that's broken because there's no way that this 1 is correct. And it would be exactly the same if it connected the other direction instead. So we were so close. We said all of these words and all of these combinations except for exactly the way we needed to in order to make this work. So the point is that if we make this cell shaded, then everything breaks. So in fact, this cell is unshaded, which now by the 6 means this cell is yellowified, which means that we get to fill in these things. Okay. Again, I can't make this connection vertical now. So if it's not vertical, that means it definitely goes this way. Okay, and so now this is a both clue. Right, yeah. It was, yeah, somehow, yeah, there were a lot of different pieces to look at, and yeah, sort of the 3 ones ended up sort of being different. You had to put like a lot of pieces together. And there were just so many deductions that we had that I think it was one of those things of you have to hold in your mind all of these things, but also you have to find the right 3 of the 26 things you know to put together. Okay. This I know absolutely does not go horizontally. Oh, yes, I can turn row column numbers on. Did I just do it? No. No, I didn't. Yeah, there we go. We have row column numbers. Now, can we see the row column numbers? It looks like we can even see the row column numbers. I'll pretend not to notice that there's a little bit of my keypad sticking in there. So this can't go horizontally because, as noted previously, if it goes horizontally, it will break. So we know that we can put a little X there. And that means that this one's definitely green, regardless of what it is that it does. Okay, so this could also possibly be yellow. Wait, didn't we just break this in exactly the way that we said we were trying not to break this? Oh, no. Okay, yeah. So, right. So we get 2 more vertical segments. We get the vertical segment next to this, and we get the vertical segment next to this. And, hey, Isabella. So this has 1 more vertical segment. If this were to turn down, I would now have 3 more vertical segments, because if this turns down, it's a vertical segment that's not next to either yellow. So this has to turn up. This has to continue for lots of reasons. And it actually has to continue again, because if it closes, then the loop closes, and we don't want that. Oh, sorry. That was not correct. Sorry, this could turn down. And it probably has to turn down. Sorry, I didn't notice that. Maybe I'm not 100% certain that I think it goes down, but that was my gut, was that it was going to have to go down. Okay, this cell, this cell, I kind of think this cell has to go down vertically, but I'm trying to decide if I think it's broken if this is yellow. And maybe it's not broken if this is yellow. I think it might be okay if that's yellow. Let's see. Oh, yeah, and I think I can get rid of these vertical stripes over through here. These vertical stripes were how we were compartmentalizing, thinking about this 6, but I think now the only thing they were really communicating is that one of these 2 is yellow, which I can pretty much keep track of. Okay, so if this connects right, it also connects down. Is that combination cursed? Would put a yellow there. I think that's okay, as long as this then goes over there. I'm trying not to think too many steps ahead as we think about this. The next segment breaks it if you mark it. As in... Sorry, breaks what? I was looking at a lot of different things there. Let's see. Okay, I do definitely need to make sure I don't create a mini loop, which is a real concern here. Okay, if this is out, it's going to force a lot of vertical here. Uh, but I don't know that that's a problem. I don't remember what the count was like on the 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh, don't know. Let's see. I do agree. I know one of these goes down. I don't think I know which one. Uh, let's see. Selena says these two can't connect. If these two connect, they both have to turn. This goes straight down, and this one would go down. So Selena's saying this breaks, and that breaks because this eventually breaks. This would have to go down because it couldn't go up. I see. It's because it creates a vertical that's not next to the yellow, right? Uh, so remember, the vertical always goes next to the yellow. So if this is vertical, that is yellow. Uh, and so uh, so I'm trying to figure out what the elegant way to say that is. Because if these do connect, we do end up forcing that. Yeah, I guess I can sort of see it. It's one step past this, because if these connect, these two can't connect, and then you force that, and then you end up with this pattern. I will accept it. So one of these two is in, because they can't both be out. And so therefore they're both in and they go like this, is how that's going to work out Yajilin-ishly. So it's funny, we still don't know what kind of one this is. Okay, now this has to go. Now I actually can connect this over here like I tried to before. I'm also now being told that if I count, I will get correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah, so that is 7 long. So I can't have any more vertical stripes in this column at all for the column. So that extends over just by the fact that it has to go somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, okay. This can't be in, because if this is in... Oh, no. Never mind. That's okay. Selena pointing out I can also X those two, which is helpful because it means that this is definitely out now because it's a dead end. And that lets me extend this and extend this, which then lets me extend that because I don't want to create a mini loop. Okay. Uh, right. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's true. Yeah. So if this cell is in, what Garion is pointing out is it of course looks like this, except that is the last vertical segment in this column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so this we know is yellow, so this comes there and makes a mini loop. Correct. So this is not in, it's yellow, which means that this, oops, wrong palette, which means that this is yellow. Means that this continues down and bounces like that, means that this is yellow because we needed one more. We definitely don't want to close this loop, so that definitely goes down. And now that 6 is done. If you look at it, this one is going to get pulled through here like that. This is now a dead end, so it's going to be yellow. This is going to get pulled through here. This is going to get pulled through here. This can't go down, so it's going to get pulled one more just to avoid creating our mini loop. This cell, I think this is Selena's favorite trick, always connects over here because if it went up and down, then it would make a mini loop. So maybe that's Emma's favorite trick. Maybe both. Taking row 10, column 19. Sorry, row 15, column 19. Facing 5s in row 19. Hey, Nicholas. I'm trying to remember what these facing 5s meant. I think we'd sort of figured this out at some point, but I no longer recall exactly what it meant. Let's see. Let's see. So why was we talked at length about these two 5s last time, and everyone remembers except me. Why was it these couldn't both be green? Has 2 horizontal segments. Why can't this have 2 horizontal segments again? Row 20, column 2. Right. Yes. Okay, yes, that's right. That's exactly right. If this happens, now this cell is dead because there's no way I can visit it. Right. So there can't be 2 horizontal segments over here. Yes, this is what we did at last time. So if these were both green, that would happen because then we'd need however many horizontal segments were here, we'd need the same number on both sides. Can't have that anymore. So at least one of these is yellow, which means either way, because 4 is the maximum number of yellow segments that I can put in here. Oh, it's not. Oh, no. Right. This is where I have to remember that I can't actually do this pattern. So this is a trick that we learned every time. Or sorry, that we learned last time. You can't actually put 2 yellows like this because if you do, you force a T. And loops don't T. So you actually can only put 1 every 3. So you can put 1 there, 1 there, 1 there. And in order to get to your 4th, you need 1 there. And likewise, on the other side, if you counted this way instead, you go 1 in these 3. So now you can go 1, 2, and you need 1 there, which will blue those cells, and we can fill in the loop underneath those, like that. Oh, and these 2 can be blue as well. Okay. Oh, and those loops both continue one further, actually. While we are at it. Hey, Kodak, how are you doing? Right. And now because the other 2 yellow are actually now both completely forced, right? So these 2 both have to be yellow. Because I can't put 2 yellows in a 3-cell space. So these 2 both become yellow. That becomes that. we can blue all of these, and now we get that forced and that forced, so we at least get a lot more blue down here at the bottom. Let's see. Okay, so now this 5 at least is definitely yellow. Is it possible that this 5 is green, and it's no longer possible because we would have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we already said that doesn't work. So this 5 is also yellow, which makes that cell also yellow, which means this goes under like that. Okay, so that was all potent. Let's see. Is this 3 now blocked off from being yellow? I don't think so. Is this 3 blocked off from being green, actually? 1, 2, 3. So if this 3 is forced either way, be it green or yellow, it's going to do everything. Yes. Very good. Garion spots that if this cell is in, it causes this to disconnect. Or I guess maybe the way that I would say it is there's a 2 out of 3 rule where if this does this 2 out of 3, then I strand this dead end. So it can't do that 2 out of 3, which means it has to go up. And then as soon as you do that, then this is yellow. 2 of one, half dozen of the other, if you will. But we get that coming in like that. Let's see. Okay, so now this 1 is done no matter what, because this 1 is always going to be a skyscraper 1. Or sorry, not a skyscraper 1, sorry. This is always going to be a thingy. Okay. This might also be yellow. Actually, if this is... Oh, I don't know what this 4 is. Maybe I actually know what this 4 is now. Because if I do make that yellow, then I think that's a big problem. Because if I make this yellow, it forces me to continue this like this. And now I don't think I can possibly make this 4 work, because I've made 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4 of segments already. But I assuredly need more horizontal segments, or this column won't work. But I can't fit 4 yellows in either, right? Because you can't do... Oh, I could fit 4 yellows in. Dagnammit. Oh, never mind. Okay. Yep, I can just fit 4 yellows in. Just barely, but I can. Okay, this is yellow, points out Emma, because it's currently staring at 3 length. So that can be yellow. Good to know. Let's see. Column 13 also. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're exactly at 5 in column 13. But there's one more here, because there's definitely, by the fact that this is next to a yellow, it definitely has a component. So that will always give you one more yellow. So that's, or sorry, one more vertical segment. Sorry, my talking today is not great. So that's already more than 5 greens. So this has to be yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 1 degree of freedom on where those yellows go in this column, I think. Hey, Pietato, how are you doing? Let's see. AFK had a point in column 17 about this, because this is a 7 of greens. And so AFK says it has to be maximized. So if I maximize it, I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So agree. If I at absolute maximum, then I end up like that, and I think that is my 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and if I do anything else, I'm not going to get there. So that is cool. Let's see. Do I know anything about this 5? Okay, so if this 5 is green, no, this 5 can't be green. Because remember, I know there's a vertical, or there's a horizontal here, a horizontal here, a horizontal here, a horizontal here, and a horizontal here. That's like umpteen more horizontals in this row, so this is super yellow. It is approximately as yellow as it is possible for something to be. I can make one of those, 2, 3, 4, and I can never make both of these yellow. So one of those 2 is yellow, and then one of each of these pair is yellow in order to make that work. So I can put my little X here, which is just to say I know one of the 2 is yellow. Also, I know either the left or the right of this is yellow, so it's definitely a corner that extends up. I just don't know which direction it extends up in yet. Let's see. Okay, I bet that's going to let me do a thing. Quite often there's sort of a combination that just immediately breaks. But I don't know what it is yet. Yes, for much the same reason, Emma points out, this 3 is also definitely yellow. Because there's already 2 here, but each of these bajillion yellows that are down here are going to add at least 1. So that also has to be yellow. So there's 3 yellows, although that's maybe a little bit trickier to immediately figure out. Yeah, I don't think I know which of those is yellow yet. I guess if this is yellow, it forces that to be yellow. Forces that to be yellow, that to be yellow, and that to be yellow. So it sort of forces the whole yellow business. Likewise, if this is yellow, it forces that to be yellow, forces that to be yellow, and that to be yellow. So these are all sort of tied together in order to avoid some problems. Garion makes a good point about these cells, which is that if these cells connect, I now force 2 corners here, and I break the fact that one of these needs to be yellow. So these 2 can't connect. And the same is true here, and the same is true here. Okay. And now these 2 now have to connect because either that's yellow or that's yellow, and either way they connect. And likewise for this one, and likewise for this one. So we get all of that. Oh, and I guess this comes up. Has that just been sitting there the whole time and I didn't notice it? I guess it has. Okay. Okay, now if that's yellow, and that's a huge problem. So that's definitely not yellow. Now if that's yellow, that just creates a dead end immediately. So that's not yellow. And now actually the same is true over here. If this is yellow, now that's a dead end. And if this is yellow, now that's a dead end. So those are both not. Likewise for these, same picture. Likewise for these, same picture. And so now we have to contemplate this. Oh, this 3 has a 1 already, so it's okay-ish, I think. Column 15. Oh, yeah. Right. This being yellow creates a dead end. So this cell's not yellow because it would create a dead end there. So this cell is yellow. So we can go ahead and pull in our corners there and there. So now that cell's not yellow, or this is a dead end. And now this cell isn't yellow, or that's a dead end. And now this cell isn't yellow, or that's a dead end. So we can sort of percolate some this cell isn't yellows along the way. Let's see. Sadly, this was not the way that forced everything. A genuine tragedy for everyone. I was trying to decide if all of these are yellow. So I think if this is yellow, I think I break the 3 in a convoluted way, but now I'm not actually 100% convinced of that. So as soon as this is yellow, it forces that to be yellow, that to be yellow. And now that to also be yellow, because I couldn't put it there either. No, that does break the 3, I think. Because now that can't be yellow. Oh, maybe that can be yellow. Darn it. That can't be yellow. That can't be yellow. That can't be yellow. That can't be yellow. But I think there's room for exactly 3, if I'm counting that correctly. Yes, this clue is done. That is a good point from Paul Fly. Which is very helpful for this cell in particular because it forces that to be vertical at the very least. And this is now just a dead end, so it is out and is yellow, which now has created a corner here, which does that kind of thing, which has now created a dead end here. So that's... Oh, sorry, that's not a dead end, sorry. Don't listen to me. Let's see. So the point is, this is always blue because if this is yellow, it's a problem. Because if this is yellow, then that's not, and it's a dead end. But also, these two ends are connected either directly or instantaneously through this. And so Selena's point, or sorry, AFK's point is that therefore these two ends, if I connect them, will be a mini loop. Because of the fact that these two are meeting whether they like it or not through the medium of this. So now this has to turn, which forces that to turn. And now this has to turn down to avoid the mega mini loop, mini mega loop, whichever whatever the technical term is. So we get that. Let's see. A Megi loop. Okay, what about these 3s? This 3 certainly can't be yellow anymore. So this 3 is certainly green. And if this 3 is certainly green, that means I need to take 2 of the 3 remaining vertical slices out of this. Which means that assuredly this can't be yellow, right? If that's yellow, it eats 2 of them. So that's certainly blue. At the very least. Hmm. Is it a problem if these are both yellow? Maybe not. Uh, can't be yellow. Let's see. Okay, so what goes wrong if I do try and make this yellow? It certainly forces this. It means that I need to take this, and that happens. And I need to go up or down there. Yeah, this looks okay. It certainly would look like that. The all three vertical sounded worse to me, but I can't mentally see why it breaks either. It might force all of these to be vertical or something. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it'd be really easy to just make this cell yellow. I think it's really easy to make this cell yellow and make both of the threes happy. Let's see. Yeah, this is the one I just looked at. Let's see. Row 7, 8 between column 12 and 13. Oh, it has been retracted. Someone want to try counting the 7 and tell me if it's fixed? Yes, that is a good point. Garion points out this cell being yellow doesn't let me fit 3 yellows and doesn't let me fit 3 verticals, so this cell's definitely in. I think there's actually an X across this line too for similar reasons, because in one universe it's a straight line going that way, and the other this is yellow. So I can put an X there at the very least. I don't know that it's a helpful X, but it is an X at least. I'm checking like various combinations of yellows. Like these can't both be yellow, for example. But I think those can both be yellow without causing any major issues. And the other world is that this is a straight up vertical line. Yes, this can't be green because there is a yellow somewhere in here because of this 3, right? Oh, actually, I don't think I know that because there's already one yellow there, and I could fit 2 yellows over here. Bye, Isaiah. So I think we have to go a little beyond our normal thing in order to prove that this can't be yellow. Or, sorry, that this can't be green. The 5 stops both being on the left. Oh, right, because only one of, or because one of these is yellow. Uh, actually, could I do that? I think I could do that. Oh no, I can't because it's broken that. Oh, good lord. Okay, yeah. That is a dead end. Okay, what's the elegant way to see this? Uh, I do agree now. I think I have now exhausted the possibilities. Uh, 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 anyway, I do agree that now I can't do that and either of these uh, because of the 5. Uh, each 2x2 has at most 1 because of the fact that this whole bottom here is sort of carved off. Uh, yeah, so a 2x2 sort of pinned to a wall is a good way to sort of frame it. And so at most 1 there, plus at most 1 here, means plus at most 1 here. I don't know. Does that quite do it? Oh, skip column 3, right? At most 1 here, at most 1 here. There we go. That is the way to do it. And uh, so yeah, if we apply that sort of Star Battle-esque rule that I can't put 2 yellows in either of these places, then I can get at most 2 total yellows here. But I know one of them is the 5, and so the other 2 aren't these 2 for the 3. So that means one of these is yellow, which means there's a 4th horizontal segment, which means that this is definitely yellow, which I think probably is worth the effort to do. It's funny because now this 3 could be green because the 3 yellows that we know about are actually the only horizontal segments that we know about here. Let's see. Okay, so 1, 2, and I don't actually think I know that these can't both be yellow. Now that might put some pressure on these both being yellow. But if it does, I don't see how immediately. Let's see. What about this 3? If this 3 is counting yellows, it's very specific. Because there's only one way, which would be for all 3 of these to be yellow. Is there something wrong with that? I don't think so. Uh, and there might be something if I actually think about how the yellow, like, if that can really be yellow, given that it would make that yellow, which would make that yellow. This might be like creating a virtual T or something. I don't think so, though. I think all of that is okay. At least that I can detect. That would, of course, make that yellow. Yeah, I do not see a problem with that right away. Uh, uh, Oh, I did not translate that correctly. Right. Sorry. This is not in this row. Sorry. The X's in this row are X's because one of them is yellow. The X in this row is for a completely different reason. Right. So it would not necessarily because So in fact, actually, if this is yellow, this would not be yellow because if this cell is yellow, it actually means we're in then this cell is green. So we actually get the vertical line in that instance. Uh, And then that's blue. Yeah, so in fact, actually, yeah, as soon as this is yellow, I can't make either of these yellow. Uh, hmm. I haven't thought much about this yellow 5 yet. And it's somewhat restricted. Uh, have we now done enough to break yellow, yellow world? This yellow, yellow world is very specific. I'm going to draw it in and just bifurcate a little to see if there's something I'm supposed to see, because I think we've demonstrated that my ability to actually see this is not incredibly strong. So this would be a corner in that instance. This would go that way. This would be a thing. I don't see a problem with it. Row 18, column 7 is yellow. Removes the row 17 yellow for the 3 clue. Okay, so that's yellow, that's yellow. And now I can't make that yellow, I can't make that yellow, and I can't make that yellow. Okay, so this is the 2x2 thing. So this is the same. This is actually a probably more potent version of what we said before, because I noticed this chain before, but this chain didn't do anything before. But we now actually know I can't fit 2 yellows over here, and so because I can't fit the 2 yellows over here, then we end up with that. So that being yellow just sort of knocks out everywhere that I could put one. So isn't that 2x3 having 2? Isn't that an acceptable arrangement generally, Selena? Ignoring everything else? I think you can fit 2 out of 3, but you definitely can't fit this one because it breaks as Garion notes by sort of making this 3, funnily enough, impossible. So this is yellow, which makes that there, makes that yellow, makes that there, makes that yellow. Makes this go up and that go up and that go up. Stop. Wait, what? Oh. I carefully proved that this wasn't yellow and then filled it in anyway. Yes, I did do the thing that I proved didn't work. Yes, you're right. Sorry. I was thinking this is very backwards of the way that it was working in my mind when I was thinking about this. Okay. That all comes through there. This goes around down there. I can blue both of these. That can't be yellow anymore because it would create a dead end there. And that can't be yellow anymore because it would create a dead end there. Right. And so now Emma points out that that has forced this cell to be yellow. Because the 5, remember, we still get those. We get 2 more here, but we still need that one because we had sort of a flexibility over here that we no longer have. So that's going to force this up like this, force this over like that. I can make that blue. Okay. I can't make this blue or this yellow, because if this is yellow, I'll create a dead end there. So that's blue. This 3. Do I know they're not both on this side, Emma? I know we proved that they couldn't both be on this side. I don't think we proved that they couldn't both be on this side yet. Yes, this is also a potential. This would also create a dead end there, correct? Uh, Emma has a sort of complicated point, which is that if this is yellow, it actually, because of dead ends, has the effect of making both of those yellow, which means that neither of these can be yellow. So one over here is yellow. Or if both of these are yellow, then that also breaks because now it makes both of these yellow and we have that problem. So actually, it is true that one of these is yellow and it can only be that one. Uh, I don't think there's a nice version of that. I think that's just going to be ugly. Uh, but I don't think there's going to be a nice version of that proof. Let's see. So this now gives some yellows. Uh, uh, okay, yeah. If this extends down through here, we cause a problem. Because if this extends down through here, we break this being green, but now the only way to make the yellow work is to do those 4 yellows, and that's not going to work because this is a dead end. So this can't extend down through here, which means this is always yellow. Which means that we do that. And so those are always blue. And now we need to have 4 yellows because now, very definitely, this is more than 4 because it's currently at 5. So now I need 4 yellows, and so that one is yellow. Oh, sorry, I should actually also say that's yellow while I'm at it. So we get that over there. This can't turn up, so this comes here. Okay, and so one of these is yellow. I don't know which one, but I can put an X, and that X does let me blue both of these cells because either of them being yellow would create a dead end. Okay, that was all nice. Okay. Right, we did prove that. Garion recalls a thing that we had proved last time, which would have made this way easier, which is that we actually knew this column had either 4 yellows or 5 yellows, is a thing that we proved last time during our quest to find this piece over here. And so actually we knew this was always going to have lots of yellows. Yeah, I definitely did not remember that until till then. Uh, if this is yellow, it makes a T. Is my version. Although Selena would prefer to say, Selena would prefer me to say that if this is yellow, it makes a mini loop. I think that's what Selena would prefer me to say to the version about a T. So I'll say that. Always trying to make Selena happy around here. Let's see. Okay, so that's blue. Let's see. This 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'd have to have 2 of these to get to 6, 7. It couldn't be these 2. Uh, not 100% sure that I know whether that is yellow or green yet. Uh, oh, that's right. I think we proved it has to be green for uniqueness or something at some point last time. Or maybe all we proved was that this is going to be the uniqueness breaker. Maybe we didn't actually prove whether it had to be green or not by uniqueness. Uh, uh, but it was clear this clue is only here to break up a deadly pattern up here. Uh, so I probably should not look at it, in other words. Uh, let's see. 4 over here. Can I break this double yellow world yet, or the other world? I don't think so. Uh, let's see. Yeah, this 5 is still tight. This 7's got to be tight, although I admit I haven't looked at it. Uh, is this 2 possible to be green? I think so. Uh, oh, this yellow 3 I haven't thought about recently. Can I say anything exciting about that yellow 3? Uh, I think this yellow 3 has got to be interesting. Maybe not? Didn't we decide the 2x3 thing wasn't true, Emma? I think the 2x3 thing isn't true. Uh, let's see. Uh, oh, 2x3 is at most 2. Yes, I agree. 2x3 is at most 2. Uh, uh, so are you saying that this 6 would be too many if I did this as 2, 4? I mean, that's already to 6, right? Uh, let's see. Isn't that not necessarily true, Martin? Because you could hide one of the yellows under. Oh, sorry, in row 15. Sorry. Never mind. Sorry. Row 15. Yes, I agree. Uh, uh, Let's see. Paulfly says if this is yellow, it always breaks one of the threes. It seems to me like if this was yellow, it would just look like that, and that would be okay. Unless I haven't thought deeply enough. Can row 7, column 12 be yellow? Okay, it's definitely going to create a horizontal piece. It's going to create a T. Yeah, if this is yellow, then now this just creates a fork, right? Just to show it to you, if this is yellow, now this has to go this way, but now this is a corner. Wait. Isn't that okay? Oh, no, it's not okay because of this. No, it's not just a fork, right? Yeah, it is not it is way more complicated than that, whatever is happening here. Yeah, but yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So this leaves, and now this becomes a corner, and now I end up with these 3 loop ends over here, sort of doing something weird. Yeah, I can't figure out what is the elegant way to say this. Like, I agree that if I follow it long enough that it doesn't work. Yeah, you've got to sort of follow it through, including those 2 ends to sort of get there. But anyway, that I that does become that. Okay, so now the point is now this 7 clue can't be yellow anymore because now it's at max 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If it's maximized, I have to put the yellows everywhere. Oh, I can't put a yellow both here and here because it would create a T. Yeah, these can't both be yellow because it creates a T here. So actually, when I go to maximize the yellows, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is too few, so this is green. That was already broken before by this green 3. That's what we were supposed to see. We were supposed to see that these can't both be yellow already, and then I think this would have all worked out without us having to see the weird deduction that Carl made. Okay, so now this is green. And we know there's 3 of them down here, so that means there's 4 of them up here, but that's one of them. So we know there's 3 total worth of vertical line in this amalgamation. And these 2 go together, so they're either both in or both out. Sure. I don't know if I'm maybe supposed to do something with the 5 here to see that better or to see more. I'm not sure. Bye, Tesseralis. Am I just supposed to maximize this 5? Like, if I don't use that, then if I don't use this, then I need to put 3 in here. And of course, I can only use one of these 3. So I'd have to use that one of those 3, one of these 2. Maybe that's okay, just barely. Uh, 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 I think Tesseralis might have credit for the most memorable puzzle that I've solved on stream. I don't think I will ever forget Tesseralis' 6x6x6. If this, oh yeah, if this is it some weird deduction like these two can't be the same color or have to be the same color? Because if one of those were true, then we'd know something about 3 somethings somewhere. Let's see, this 3 we're kind of close on, because if it's green, we know it's sort of basically forced. Do I know something like these can't both be yellow? That would be really helpful. I don't think I do, though. Unless it breaks something I'm not looking at. Uh, like pull that through there. Yeah, I don't think it gets me anywhere. Let's see. If there's a horizontal line between these, then all 3 of these are yellow. But I have a hard time imagining that that's going to break in some intelligible way. It's funny, this 3 works in exactly 2 ways. One of which is for this to be a vertical line, and the other of which is for both of these to be yellow. Again, I don't see any interplay between that and anything at the moment, and I don't see any commonalities that I could mark. Because basically either these are yellow or they aren't. Oh, is the commonality that cell? No, it's not quite. I was trying to make the commonality like these cells are never yellow, but that's not quite true. Because if this is the 3 of green, then it can turn one way or the other. I guess what I know is these aren't both yellow, but I already knew that. Let's see. Emma says the 3 and the 7 are always the same color. Because if this is green, then I would need to fit 4 yellows in here if I wanted to make the 7 yellow, and I certainly can't do that. And if the 3 is yellow, then I would need to fit 6 greens worth in here, and that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I can't do that either. So yeah, so these 2 are the same color, so they can be ketchuped. And so we have some, yeah, so we've either got a little smidge of green up here, or a little smidge of yellow. It's a different one than the one in row 13. Oh, is that true? Uh, 4. Well, I can't make both of those yellow, but that doesn't seem very useful. I was trying to count this 7 and see if I could prove it can't be yellow or prove something interesting about it, but I don't think I can yet. Uh, I feel like there's some interaction between these two that I'm not appreciating. Uh, but I'm not appreciating it. I do know there's exactly 3 worth of vertical green up here. And again, we have this thing where if this is in, then that's 2 of the 3 right there. Uh, is it possible I'm supposed to somehow argue that this can't be yellow for reasons connected to this whole scheme? I don't think so, but the 5 yellow in this is under at least a little bit of pressure because we only put 1 yellow in the column so far, and we'd put it under a lot of pressure if we didn't make that yellow. So we've got at most 3 here. We only have 1 degree of freedom on this yellow, I guess is one way to put it. Uh, so and we've got weird things like if this is yellow, then both of these are yellow because of the way the column works. Because here I definitely can't make 2 of these yellow. Sadly, I don't think that repeats anywhere else in the column that I can see at least. Uh, I'm going to take a real quick break. I'll be back in just a moment. See you all in just a second. I have returned as foretold. Uh, let's see. I see that I did not return to someone telling me that I was supposed to look at the something something and the something something. Uh, so it's either that two of these are yellow, or that there's four worth of vertical lines in these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So all but one of these would be a vertical line. This being a 4, it seems really hard for this to be green. Because if this is green, I recall talking about this at some length last time. Maybe we know more now. If this is green, that's the only horizontal segment in the row that's left. And so we would be able to draw vertical segments everywhere else through the rest of the row, which would, among other things, rule out yellows occurring just about anywhere in either the row above it or below it, uh, which might be bad for the purpose of some clue or other. Uh, like none of these could be yellow, for example. Uh, is that interesting for the 6 somehow? Uh, uh, because the 6 would then have to be green. Feels very difficult for the 6 to then be green if there's no yellows in here. But I guess I'd only be sure that there was a horizontal here. Let's see. There'd be an X here, which would force this through here. There'd be an X here, which would force this through here. Is that going to create a mini loop, actually? No, not quite. This will just have to not go up, right? We'll need like a yellow there or something. Yeah, it would just be, yeah. So if we do want to do that, we would need to do, as Emma says, exactly alternating one length pairs. Uh, uh, but that doesn't immediately seem to tell me that things are broken. Our current topic of conversation, Myxo, is that if this 4 is green, then I get X's everywhere in the rest of this row. Now, if I were trying to set a puzzle that had a solution, I might prefer that this had to be green. So is there any chance that it can't be yellow for some reason? Because if it were yellow, we would need to fit 3 yellows in these cells. 1, 2, 3, 4. Naively, at least we could fit 4 yellows in those cells. If we got a little bit more constraint, then we could draw a bunch of X's anyway. See, Emma says both ways this 6 is green. Because there would certainly be 2 yellows above here. And so there's no way to fit 3 yellows in here because of the 2 out of 3 business. So yeah, so the 2, if I do the sort of maximizing the 2 out of 3, there'd be at most 4 yellows in here. 3 of them would have to go to the 6. So at most one of these would be yellow for that, which would break the 4. Yeah, so right. So this is never yellow. It's always green. Okay, I agree with that statement. Yep, with the... No? Did I not count that right? Okay, so if I want to make this 6 yellow, I can fit at most 4 yellows in here. So 3 of them go to this. Oh, yeah, you're right. Because I could do 1 there, 1 there, 1 in here, and 1 there. Right. That does get me to exactly 4. Uh, and I do know the 2, it can't be both of these 2. So in fact, actually, uh, if this 6 is yellow, I know both of these are yellow, right? Because of this, where this 3 is. Because I'd be at most 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh, okay, so that world looks like that at least. If this 6 is yellow. So that assuredly destroys this 4 being green. So this 4 would now have to be yellow. Uh, we could make... We couldn't make that, or that yellow for sure. Uh, so... Yeah, this would also be orange. Good. Yep. Uh, so we'd have to get 3 oranges in here, and I could put none of them there. So I would need to make that orange and 2 of these orange. Myxo believes it still barely works. I think we need 1 more piece of information to break something. Either that or it works out that way in the solution. That is also possible. Let's see. Do we have another clue that we can look at? There probably is one somewhere. This 2 yellow is kind of interesting. Because having only 2 yellows over here is somewhat constraining, but I don't quite know what to do with it. Because most of our deductions have been of the form that's too many yellows, except for what we did in this column, and then I forgot, but Garion remembered. But I don't quite remember exactly what our math was like when we did it. Although that might have involved it being on an edge specifically. Let's see. This 5 being yellow is going to be tight, but I think possible. Uh, um, let's see. We might be out of stuff again. Let's see. Is there any commonality in the 2 versions of this 2? I don't think so. Hmm. This is a potential corner, but we've already marked that off. Let's see. Okay, and this is the 4. No, that's not the 4. This is the 4 that's super restricted. This 4 I don't know that I've ever noticed is in the puzzle. But I don't know that it immediately looks like it has any hope of doing anything. It looks like it's too small for a thing that's too open. It's possible the 7 does something if you look hard enough. Because if I look at the 7, I can assuredly fit at most 4 in that line. 5. I'd still need to fit 2 over here. That's like that's again very close to the thing. So just like this 3 requiring those 2 to be yellow, this 7 all but requires those 2 to be yellow. Okay, so now I think I have to think about these 2 3s, which I didn't really want to do. I can't actually make 4 of these yellow. Because if I make 4 of these yellow, I create a dead end here. So it's actually, if I count up to this point, that's at most 4 yellows. I would need to make both of these yellow in order to make that work. And one of these 2 would have to be yellow. And keep in mind, this 3, if it's yellow, makes those 2 yellow. And so, of course, they can't all be yellow because either... So if these 2 are yellow, then, of course, the other 2 aren't, and vice versa. So there's a weird interplay between these. But they could maybe both be green without any problem. I don't know. Let's see. Paul Fly says row 17, column 11. Can't grow right. Because right. Because either it's yellow or it's a vertical line. Right. Same exact reason. Yep. Got it. Okay. So we know there's at least 1 vertical segment here. Could be 2 vertical segments here. So yeah, these 5s are very tight. But I don't think it's forced as of yet. I don't think we've thought much more about this 3 in row 16 other than like drawing out some possibilities a few times. Like maybe I've bifurcated like a few of the options for this 3, but nothing is broken so far. Like I think I bifurcated making neither of these yellow, and I think it looked okay. And I think I bifurcated one other thing, but I think it also looked okay. On the 3 here. Let's see. Yeah, like there have been a few combinations I've tried. I think I also bifurcated making both of these yellow, and I think that worked out okay. At least in terms of me not being able to see the thing that was supposedly breaking. I do know exactly one of these is yellow. I don't know how much that precludes. There aren't lots of yellows below it. There's exactly 1 yellow below it. So like that yellow means it's not both of these 2. This yellow means it's not both of these 2. Oh, you want me to think about all 3 of these rows together? Is there some rule like you can't put more than 3 in a 3 by 3 or something like that we're supposed to prove? Because I guess there's 2 here, 1 here. And then 1, or sorry, and then 3 here. So that's 6 total in this area. Uh, uh, 6 divided by 3 is 2. Uh, uh, yeah, I have mentally tried every possibility for this one, and I cannot fit 3 in here without creating a T. Uh, please hold while I try this one. Yeah, I can't ever make these two both yellow, and I can't ever make these two both yellow. So certainly it's at most 2 for this one. And then this one, again, I either create a dead end if I do this one plus any 2. Uh, is this a general theorem, Myxo, that I'm supposed to know, or is this just a like case check these things? Because I agree. I think I can prove by case checking. Oh wait, sorry. Maybe I'm not actually sorry. I think I had highlighted the wrong cells here because I think that one's a possibility. So I think maybe I could do those 3. I could do those 3. Uh, so I can fit 3 in here. So it's 6 total. Uh, oh no, it is this 3 by 3. Sorry. Now sorry, I did have the right 3 by 3 before. Yeah, so yeah, this one. Okay, so it is true that yeah, I need 2 exactly in each of these in order to make my total work. But I can definitely, it's definitely not a general theorem because you can definitely fit 3 in general. I don't think you probably can't do 4. Okay, so in this particular instance, this is maybe the most interesting one. I need to fit 2 in here. And it can never be these 2. It can never be these 2, and it can never be these 2. In fact, this one just can't be at all, because if I make this one in, it breaks every other combination. So that's out, which then means that's in by our previous work. So we get that. Why does that break the row 16 option? Because of oh yeah, because of the X. Uh uh okay, so now yeah, so now 2 of these 3 are yellow. Could be both of those. It can't be both of these though. Because that would create a problem. So if it can't be both of these, it's always this one. So that blues some cells around here. That forces this through here. Now this one is just forced where the other one is, because now it's got to be there. If I counted that correctly. Yeah, I was wondering if this was a bishop color thing. Okay. We've done this 2 by 2. we've done, or sorry, this 3x3. This 3x3, we need one of these options or the other. And this 3x3, we still need two of them. And I know it can't be these two. Row 17, column 11 can't be yellow anymore. It breaks row 14, column 11. Right. Okay, yeah. So remember, these are either... Okay, so yeah, the point is this clue isn't yellow anymore, because if this is yellow, then that meant these were both yellow, and that now breaks because of that yellow. That's the point. So this is now green, but as soon as it's green, we know what it looks like. That's I think, the elegant way to say that step that Garion picked up on. Okay, so that's the other yellow of this 3x3. So that is blue. Okay, and so we need that to be yellow for this row, because this row still needs one more. So this bounces around here. And now we still need one of these two to be yellow. This is a corner, AFK points out. That's good. Okay. Oh, right. And I know this 3 vertical means that this has to go vertically. Oh, sorry. I drew one further than I could, but that has to go vertically because I need my things. I need my 3. This now can't be out, because if this is out, it makes that into a dead end. This always goes up. Oh, that's the one Paul Fly was saying, because there's a yellow on one side or the other. Do I know anything about this 3 yet? I think I know this 3 is yellow now, actually. Because I've got 1 unit of green here. I've got 1 unit of green against this yellow, 1 unit of green against this yellow. But then these two. Yeah, there's some ugly way of counting this. Because if I merge these, then I still need to put an extra thing here, and then I don't get to put a horizontal above this yellow. And if I split these, then... Oh, actually, maybe if I split them, maybe it's okay. Actually, if I don't split them, I think I can make that yellow, and I think it works out fine. Do I know that this is green now? Otherwise, I would need to fit 5 yellows in here. Yeah, I definitely know that this is green. Because I can't fit 5 yellows in these cells. Oh, in both universes, this cell is yellow. Because if this isn't yellow... Right. If this isn't yellow, I add a horizontal component. And now I've got 1 2, 3, 4 horizontal components. That doesn't work. Yeah, so this is always yellow. I agree. So that makes that go like that. Uh, uh, oh yeah, some people are pointing out now this column is interesting again because now there's a maximum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yellows. So I need to use both of those for purposes of this 5. So that goes that way, which now makes that go that way, which makes this go this way. Oh, and this go this way as well while I'm doing things that go some way or another. And also, I need one of these two and one of these two each to be yellow, which does mean, for example, this is not yellow because it would create a dead end. And this is not yellow because it would create a dead end. The row 8, column 21 clue is now not yellow. Wait, no, now it is yellow. Oh, sorry, AFK even said yellow, because now we've got our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, so now it is yellow. You wrote the right thing, I just can't read it, apparently. So yeah, so we now know that there's a bunch of yellow in here. 3, in fact, which I think is going to mean this 6 can't be yellow. But maybe that's the thing that we didn't quite figure out before. Row 16, column... yes, this is a corner. Very good, which then bounces into another corner, and now I can't close the loop, so it bounces up there. That's good to be able to fill in. If this is yellow, it creates a T now. Because if this is yellow, or sorry, it creates a dead end, I guess. I don't know. If this is yellow, then this monstrosity happens, and now this cell is dead. Because it's a dead end. Oh, I guess that is just saying it creates a T. It is saying it creates a T because I could just say it fills in that. Okay. That is a real fork. You're right. So if this is yellow, we create a real fork. So it's not yellow. So that is yellow. So that's not yellow. So that is yellow. And so we can blue both of these. We can draw that through there, bounce that through there, make both of these blue. Oh, that's a corner as well. Okay, so now this is yellow, because if this is not yellow, we create a mini loop. Let's see. Martin says this yellow breaks row 13, column 8. Which is this 2 clue. What's wrong with those both being yellow? Oh, does this create like some disaster in here? Yeah, okay. So yeah, so let's see. How are we gonna do this? So I guess here's the easy spot. This is always yellow. Oh, maybe that's not true. But there's always a vertical segment here. is, I guess, the point. And so that's going to be the second vertical segment. So if this is counting vertical segments, this isn't a vertical segment. And if this too is counting yellows, then this just outright is yellow. So we always get an X here. And if we always get an X there, then we know that this is definitely blue because of our usual stuff about stuff. And so now, in light of that statement, now if this is yellow, I create a fork here. Because if this is yellow, then this runs over here, and now I create a fork. So this becomes a slightly less traditional fork, but nonetheless a fork if this is yellow. So this is not yellow, which now means that that clue is actually green. And now I know there's one segment there. There's one segment there and one segment there, which means that I can create those X's at least, just by sort of counting that I know there's a horizontal segment here, a horizontal segment here, and a horizontal segment connected to here. So that, I think, is going to create that kind of thing going on. This is a corner. Now, that now is a corner. And now this has to go up. And our 3 is done now. 1, 2, 3. This is blue. Okay. So we've got all of that. Okay. Ah, yes, this is a corner. Thank you. Very good. So that is going to seal up that. Like that. Okay. That looks like some progress. There are many corners. There's one here, I see. And now once I fill in that one, it creates one here, I see. Let's see. Makes the 7 clue not yellow because I could do at most 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, I agree. I could do at most 6. So that makes that green. We get a whole bunch of X's in row 14, whether this is green or yellow. Because if it's green, it's... Oh, it's not quite done. I was going to say if it's green, it's done, but it's not quite done, annoyingly. If it's yellow, then it's very tight. But what are you going to do? Let's see. Okay, this has got to be yellow. If this is not yellow, then it's a horizontal line, and it breaks both ways of making this 4 clue work. So this has got to be yellow. That's a first start. I don't know that that does anything. It does tell me that this yellow is, I guess, yellow. Sure. We've got to do that. Okay, FK's point is at row 10, column 9. has a lot going on. Okay, so the thing is, it buys me these two X's because either these are both yellow if that 3 clue is yellow, or there's no additional vertical connections otherwise. So this always does this combo, which means that this sells blue because I can't create a dead end. This sells blue because I can't create a dead end. And this sells blue because I can't create a dead end. Oh, I can even do one more X, Paul Fly points out, because we would be done. So that would be either yellow or not done. So that creates a corner there. Okay, now this just is yellow because now it is super dead-ended, which makes this a corner. This isn't yellow, so we run through there. This is a dead end, so it's yellow. I should probably not make a mini loop. We're going to try not to make a mini loop, so we'll do those that way. And now the 3 is inevitably green, regardless of whether it is also yellow or not. There's lots of good stuff. Okay, this 7 of green is only currently at 4, so we need 3 more. That's all but 1 of what remains. So these are all blue, right? If these aren't all blue, we can't... Oh, no, sorry. That one's blue, though. We can fit 1 more yellow in the row, but it can't be this one, I think is what that says. Based on the fact that I need 3 more horizontal crossings. I can't break 2 of them by making that yellow. So ketchup can't be green. What happens if ketchup is green? If ketchup is green, yeah, if ketchup is green, it now breaks that. Right. Yeah, if ketchup is green, then I go vertically here and I break both of those connections, which I cannot do. So ketchup is not green, ketchup is yellow. And we have previously noted that, well, I guess the 3 is the easy one. The 3 means both of those are yellow, which means that my loop runs through here, which blues a bunch of stuff like that. And I still need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I still need 2 blues out of these, but that, or sorry, 2 yellows out of these. Oh, this comes up, by the way, which gives me another corner, which is nice. Always here for corners. Okay. Yes, this can't be yellow because this is a potential corner, as Selena is fond of saying. And neither of these can be yellow either because they are also creating dead ends if they're yellow. Okay, so there's always an X here. Oh, this is just always yellow. If this isn't yellow, we also break the 4, because if this isn't yellow, it creates a horizontal segment. So that goes like that, which means that goes like that. Okay, but now either one of these is yellow, or I'm counting greens in the row, and either way I get an X here. For the row. I think that is all of Selena's point. I can now make that blue because I would kill that cell if I didn't. Oh, this is a corner in column 1. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, row 13 I should count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it's done. Thank you, Joel. So this does not go that way, which means it comes down that way. For what it is worth. Right. This can't be yellow either. It would create a same sort of problem. Okay, so I can't draw a connection here, because if I draw a connection here... No, sorry, it's this connection I cannot make. I cannot make that connection, because if I make this horizontal connection, then I have broken both clue types simultaneously, and so that pulls this down like that, which has made this into a corner. Like that. Oh, and this just has to be yellow now, because otherwise it's a dead end. And so, having observed that, we can mark this 4 clue as being yellow, and it no longer does anything. Let's see. I think if this goes up, I create a mini loop. I don't think this can go up, but I don't think I have a name for this deduction. But I think if this has to get out. This has to get out. Okay, yeah, I guess the question is, where does this get out, given that it can't possibly join that without creating a loop? And the answer is it has to get out that way, right? So I think the point is that this always connects this way to avoid creating a mini loop of death. Okay, and if this goes back this way, it also is going to create a mini loop of death. So this can neither connect up nor can it connect right. Because if it connects right, then I'm either going to cut this off or I'm going to connect to it, and both of them are bad. So this always connects left and then up like that. Does that sound to people? It felt a little bit weird to me, but I think it was right. This is yellow there. This is a corner, which then forces all of that. Which is kind of what I actually saw in my head that made me see the other things. Let's see. I didn't know this puzzle ended. I was not warned of this eventuality. Let's see. So, is it still possible that the 7 is counting yellows? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If it is counting yellows, all of those are yellow, which assuredly breaks for reasons. It creates a T. Yes, it creates a T. Garian says this is the example puzzle. There's a real puzzle afterwards. The 7 can no longer be yellow, because if it is yellow, all of these cells are yellow. And if they are, that creates this unfortunate T in the loop, which this is not a U-bond, so we can't do. So this 7 is green for whatever that is worth. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 worth of green. So it's green and therefore worthless. That is, I think, what we have learned. The real puzzle is probably by Sayori. I haven't seen Sayori in a while. Let's see. I've been doing this long enough that there are viewers I remember, like Sayori and Microstudy, who I rarely see anymore. Uh, let's see. What else shall we look at? Like this 4 seems promising. Oh, column 12 has a clue in it, Garion has discovered, which seems very helpful. 1, 2, 3 there, 4, 5. Okay, so there's only one more vertical segment in this column. Uh, uh, oh, even this column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This column also only has one vertical, so this cell always extends that way, because otherwise we'd be adding 2 verticals. And this column also only has one more, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. Do I know anything about where that one is, though? I'm not sure I do. I also miss microstudy. Let's see. If column 4 is green, it gives a mini loop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would make all of these just strips of green. If so. And that creates a mini loop where? I don't see it. Okay. This is that up. Yeah, okay, yep, I see it. Right, so that creates a mini loop here, right. So if this 5 is green, I need to take everything, and just to show you what happens, this is forced, and now this is forced, and we've created this little mini loop. That is what Selena saw. So therefore the 5 is not green, it's yellow, which means I need to get 2 more yellows in here. Is it impossible that both of these are yellow because of some sort of T situation? Oh, 3 more. 3 more yellows. Sorry. That I think is like one of the first times I actually made that mistake, but I did realize the problem with my my coloring system afterwards is that I was counting the clues. Yes, 3 more yellows in the column. So we have all of these being blue. And so that is going to be very powerful because those are going to go like that. And then we get to go woo-choo pachoo, as you do. Let's see. Okay, now the green 7 is probably relevant because I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe not. Maybe not. This has become a straight corner. Good point. Okay, and so I think that does give me 7 though, because I think now it is 1, 2, 3. In fact, this just is a corner. I can fill it in, then we won't even have to visualize it. This can't connect up because it will create the Emma problem, because if this creates up, it will force the mini loop. So if that can't connect up, it has to connect across, which makes that connect down. Okay, so now let's count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we've got all 7, and I didn't even have to visualize it. So that means in particular, this doesn't go up. That would be more than 7. This now is yellow, so this bounces around like that. That blue. This can't go up, which makes that yellow. And I can also throw an X there for good measure, forcing those to come around like that. That connects through there. This has become a thingy-majig. This bounces up like that. This is a corner, so it does that. This is a corner, so it does that. Okay, we have at long last resolved the beginning. Oh, this is our last uncolored clue, I think. I don't think it's our last unresolved clue, but I think it is our last uncolored clue. Let's see. This is in. Let's see. AFK now says this is definitely green, because if it's not, then all of these are yellow, and that's a problem because it creates a dead end there. So this is now green. I agree. Let's see. Oh, column 6. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, so I need 2 more yellows in here. Selena has counted, and so that's going to give me a double X here. I can't make both of those yellow, which will happen if I make this yellow, because if I yellow this, I'm going to create the intersection pattern again here, where I've created a T of death. We don't want the T of death, so we can't make that yellow. It has to be blue, which means that has to be yellow. Uh-oh, I broke it because that breaks. Because I see this creates a problem. Okay, what did I do? Oh, because this can just go up. But anyway, this very much doesn't work because this creates a differently shaped T of death. So that's definitely out. So these are in. So this is why I like to draw them in, because I sometimes visualize it incorrectly, as happened there. Let's see. This gets pulled through here. Let's see. Okay, I still need 3 more, which is all of them. So in order to make this 6 work, I think I need all of that to be green. This 4 still needs 2 yellows, so I get a little X in each of these spots, I think. This can't be shaded anymore, because if so, it would create a dead end here. So that means that is yellow, which then forces that up there, forces this over there. Same issue. If this is yellow, I create a dead end there. And if this is yellow, actually, I create a dead end there. Uh, Row 9 column 5 is a mystery that is solvable. Which then forces this up. Good. This has to be in because if this is not in, then I've stranded 3 loop ends in an area that even I can see I've stranded an odd number of loops in. So that is certainly blue. And in fact, not only is it blue, oh, I guess we know it has to go out, but we don't know which way it has to go out. Oh, row 11, column 2 is a clue. Very smart. So that is yellow to make that clue correct, which now makes this come over here. We've made that blue, and that is also a corner, which has now made this yellow, because if it wasn't, we would be in big trouble. So that is that. And so this now has to do that. And so that's the other yellow, which then comes over and connects there. That comes over and connects there. This is now a corner. This is a corner, so it comes up like that. Let's see. Okay, if I connect these two, I create a mini loop, I see. Because if I connect these two, I've now isolated the two ends of this loop, so there's no way that this possibly works. So therefore, this must actually turn this way, and I still can't connect them, so it must turn that way. Oh wait, sorry, no, there's stuff over there. Sorry, that was all a lie because of this stuff over here that I sort of mentally blocked off. Ignore me. Column 11 helps. Oh, is there this clue? There is this clue, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is closed. So this goes this way because of that clue. So now this can't close that way, so this closes that way, makes this a corner. Now this is a corner. Okay, now I don't have to do anything fancy to argue that I can't close the loop. And so I do that, and then I think we are done. After, I don't know, 4 hours, 4 or 5, yeah, probably close to the highways and byways fiasco. So yeah, so 2.5 hours from the previous one, plus 2 hours 20 minutes from today. So yeah, so I think that makes it like about 5 hours total, a little under. So I think it's probably like the second longest, something like that. What an enormous grid. The fact that the grid, like, this is definitely one of those ones where, like, the fact that the grid is so big significantly adds to the difficulty, because it really is at times unclear if sort of poking at a specific area is actually going to be useful or not, and what subset of the clues you have to look at together. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick, well-deserved break, and I'll be back in just a moment with more puzzles. So see you all in just a moment. Welcome back with a insane looking grid, but if you've been at this for a while, you can look at this grid and basically know exactly what the rules are without having to think too much, because this is what every Roggen puzzle looks like, basically. So this is indeed a Roggen puzzle, which I, for some reason, uh, I do think CTC has been making an effort to get towards shorter solves again for whatever reason. I think at some point Simon said there was a donor that only gives them money if they feature shorter puzzles or something like that. I don't know, but I'm not sure that it does the world a lot of good if Simon is publishing a 2.5 hour puzzle every day. So probably, there's some balance to be struck there. I am glad that at least they've set aside one day a week to do non-Sudoku puzzles, so that perhaps people can do non-Sudoku puzzles. Okay, so in this puzzle, we have a whole bunch of rule types. Uh, and they all have to be wrong in some way. In particular, the outside clues uh, are not numbered rooms, sandwich, or skyscrapers. Uh, I was thinking, like, oh dear God, I hope Simon doesn't solve that Myxo puzzle that I just solved, just for his sanity. But we will see. Okay, so for example, the digits in this cage do not sum to 26 million something. We'll have to be very careful. Probably that means that we're going to get down to like one digit, and there'll be one option that would make this cage sum to 26 million 91,998, and we'll have to be sure to rule that digit out of the thing. Okay, so let us try and figure out where on Earth we're trying to begin with this. So the one clues at least can't be 1 or 9, because a 1 would be a correct numbered rooms clue, and a 9 would be a correct skyscraper clue. So these are not 1, 9. And I'm trying to figure out, like, exactly how do I want to mark that these aren't 1, 9. Uh, oh, I look forward to it, Lake, and I hope you enjoy it when you get to watch it. And I'll see you, but sleep well. Oh, can I move up the puzzle a bit? I can. Uh, and let's see. I can bump those off the edge a little bit. I could probably actually even embiggen the puzzle a bit now that I'm no longer doing a puzzle on a size infinity grid. Let's see if I can make that fit. I both love and hate the way that it nudges like the tiniest bit at a time, so I can get it, like, in some sense exactly where I want it, but also uh it has to be like a million times. Uh oh, it's made for someone's birthday. Okay, so yeah, so these aren't 1 or 9, so they're from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 1 and 9 I have to put elsewhere. Uh a 9 here would give me a 45 for the thing. That'd be a problem. I do need, because the oranges are Nabners, I need 2 of them to be consecutive. But that's maybe not the most exciting. These 2-cell thermos are at least telling me the numbers go in the other order. It's a lot of white dots here. So like the 2 digits that are consecutive with this have to go in the corners, for what it is worth. Is that interesting? I'm trying to, like, tie that to the Nabner in some way, but I cannot quite. Or 2, right? It could be 2 digits. Could be 2. Let's see. These digits can't sum to 12 and can't be consecutive. It's funny the white dots really are Nabners. When you actually look at this. Yeah, 1 or 2 is correct. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, it would make a lot of sense to throw 5, 7, and 9 on here. Uh, row 2, column 1 can't be 2 by LAS. Dare I ask what LAS is? I'm a little afraid. Uh, uh, oh, look and say is one of the rules. Haha. I missed that look and say was in here. Uh, when I read through the list, I missed that look and say was one of my options, or not one of my options. So there can't be 1-2 in this cage. So this is not a 2. Okay. Uh, I thought it was going to be like a version of almost locked sets or some really complicated advanced Sudoku technique. When you said it, that was my original fear. I can't make these two a 1-9 pair for whatever it is worth. Uh, let's see. Uh, yeah, I mean, I guess I also can't put the ones in the thermo bulbs. So these are also and they can't be 2s either, Garion points out, because if you put a 2 here, you'd need to put a 1 here to break the thermo, but then it would make the white dot correct. So these are actually all at least 3. So the 1 in this box, oh, this can't be a 2 either, for what it's worth. This one could be a 1, though, but it can't be a 2 because, and that can't be a 2 either, actually. Because of the 1-cell 12 cages. So there is a 2 on this Renbon for whatever it's worth. So one of these could be a 1. This can't be a 1 because then I couldn't put 2 anywhere in the entire box. Is that correct? Because if this is a 1, I can't put 2. Yeah, if this is a 1, I can't put 2 anywhere. So this is at least a 2. Somewhat ridiculously. Not a 3 for the same reason. Right, not a 3 for the same reason. Because if this were a 3, I couldn't put 2 in any of these cells there or there, and it's 2's never there, so not a 3 either. So the 1 now is only in also not a 2 by the cage. Yes, not a 2 by the cage. Yes. Right. Okay, so the 1 and the 2 are getting fairly restricted. Uh uh so I was just saying this can't be a 1 or a 3 because it would make that a 2 and that would be consecutive. I think is the answer to the question, although I'm not 100% sure which thing we're talking about. Uh uh Right. This digit definitely goes in an 11 cage. I agree, whatever it is. Uh Oh no, I did not say that, or I did not mean to imply that this couldn't be 1. I was just saying the 1 and the 2 are quite restricted. I wasn't attempting to highlight literally everywhere they could go yet. Cuz I think this can be a 1. I think this can be a 1. And I think either of those can be a 1. I believe. Uh let's see. Not in the 11 cage. Ah, right. Can't put a 1 here because look and say, right? No ones in here. But that I think can be a 1. Oh, no, it can't. It can't because of the look and say. Okay, right. So this can't be a 1 because of look and say, and this definitely goes in one of these cages, so it can't be a 1 either. Because it would be a correct look and say cage if there's a 1 in it. So therefore, the 1 actually really is in one of these two cells. And there's no 2 here, so the other 2 digits that are here need to be consecutive, because the 2, remember, is not in these cells. So the other 2 digits are consecutive. Also, this is not a 6, 7, 8, or 9, because it would make the German whisper true. So this is now only 4 or 5, which means none of these are 4 or 5 while we're at it. Okay. So... Oh, this can be 4 or 5. I don't know why I took it out of there. It was not intentional. Oh, I think it's because I think in my brain I saw this cell as being here. Okay, so this is either 1, 3, 4. Because I know there's no 2 over here, right? Or do I not know there's no 2 over here? Maybe I don't know there's no 2 over here. What did I know about 2s? I swear I thought I knew there weren't any 2s over here, but maybe that is not true. Right, there's no 2s in here because of the look and say cage, right? So there are no 2s. So really it is the case that, yeah, so if this is a 3, then these are a 1, 3, 4. And they can't be a 1, 8, 9 because that would make the Renbon correct. So so there's no 9 in this cage, actually. And this cage also sums to 37. Okay, so these can't be 1, 3, 4 either. If they're 1, 3, 4, that makes them sum to 8, which makes the 37 cage correct. So it's not a 3. So this is a 6, 7, or an 8. And so the other number that goes here, in addition to the 1, is a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, but it's not a 9 for the reason that if it were 1, 8, 9, it would make this Renbon correct. Okay. I do have to avoid the 8-4 combination here, I suppose. Yeah, you definitely can't put a 9 here because it'll make the thermo correct. So one of these is a 9, Paul Fly points out. And I know there's a 9 over here. Row 1, column 2, and row 1, column 3 are at least 2 apart. Okay. So this can't be an 8, is what you're saying. Because if this were an 8, this would need to be a 9, and then the white dot would be correct. So this can't be an 8. Okay, I'm going to mark this as well. This is certainly not a 9, and it's not an 8 for the same reason. Right. So now if this is a 3, then that would need to be a 2, and that doesn't work. So if this were a 3, that would need to be a 2. Sorry, no, if this were a 3, that would be a 1. That's okay. Oh, this isn't 4, 5 because of the white dot with the 4, 5. We know that. It's not 1 because there's a 1 over in this cage we proved somehow. Oh, right. It's not 1 because this is a 1-1 cage. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, and 1, 6, 7 if you look at it because... sorry, that's not true. It's at least 1, 2, or 7. Because I can't make it 3, 6 or I'll break this cell. Right, so now this can't be 3 because that would have to be 2. So we can either put so the 3 in this box is either here or it's vertical. For what it's worth. The 3 in this box definitely touches the cell by a white dot, is the point. So this cell can't be 4 anymore because one of these 3 cells is definitely 3. And so we will get a 5 here. And we can bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that is going to immediately kick 6 out of all of these cells. Of course, those can't be 5 anymore. Those can't be 5 anymore. And now we know one of the digits in this cage is 7 in order to make this work somewhere. So that means these cells aren't 7 anymore either. These aren't 7 either. The 4 in this digit goes in one of these 2 cells now. That is not what I wanted to do. The 4 goes in one of these 2 cells now. The 6 goes not there. Oh, I for some reason said these can't be 6. Was that correct? Why did I say these couldn't be 6? I don't remember. Did I have these labeled already? I did. Why did I say these couldn't be 6? I'm just going to remove the center marks from these and just hope that I haven't screwed up the puzzle already. Because I do not know why I assumed those could not be 6. This digit, if I look at what it can be, it can't be 4 or 5 or 6. It can't be the 1. It can't be the 7, because I know the 7's over there. Oh, 7 plus 5 is 12. That's very good. Also, there's a 2-3 pair in the box, provided we haven't already broken the puzzle. Right, so I cannot make this a 7. This has to be the 8, which makes that the 9. Okay, and the 6 therefore needs to not be here because I need to make these 1, 7, 8. And so these therefore are 4 and 6. Weird. Okay. Hopefully I did not screw that up. I'm a little afraid because I had pencil marked that these couldn't be 6 for some reason, even though they clearly ended up being 6, at least the way we did it. 9 in box 2 now can't go in the tip of either thermo. So 9 in box 2, Martin points out, goes in one of these 2 cells. Which means that neither of these cells can be 8, and none of these cells can be 8. That's hilarious. Because an 8 here would require, so one of these 2 is an 8, is the punchline of that. Okay. I don't think that's true because it could also be the same for 6, I believe, Paul Fly. Uh, 6 couldn't go on the Nabner because 8 was placed there. It was the answer, Doomed Yacht. Oh, 8 can be in the bulb of the other thermo. You're right. 8 can be in the bulb of the other thermo. Darn it. Oh, 327. I see. So yeah. So, uh, right, because these two are either consecutive or the same. So, and it's not a 5. Uh, and these two do not sum to 11. Good to know. Oh yeah, and it's certainly not 3 because there's a 2-3 pair above it. Good. So this is only 4, 6, or 7. Uh, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. If this is a 4, that's a 4, and that breaks one of the two dots. I think the red circles are just also arrows. Uh, they're just made to make it so it's visually clear what is happening in the puzzle. But right, if this is a 4, that would also be a 4, and the problem with that is that one of the dots would be correct. Would either be black or the other thing. Let's see. If this is a 6, that's also... Oh, this is just always a 6 now. Because if this is a 4, 4 doesn't Nabner 6 or 7. So this is just always a 6. So that's a 4. And now the 2 has to go there, and the 3 goes there. And now this can't be a 6, or the black dot will be correct. So now that's a 7. Okay, we've made a tiny bit of progress. There are no Dutch whispers in this puzzle, right? Uh, the orangish lines are Nabners. Yeah, orange is Nabner, right? Okay. Uh, right. Okay. So yes. So as Paul Fly points out, 7 is in one of these cells, but we need to not make it true that there's 1 7 in this cage, and the only way you can do that is to make 2 7s here. So that is a 7, which means this is not a 1 or a 2. So this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Except it's, of course, not 4, 9, or 6, or 7. So this is only 3, 5, or 8. Let's see. This cell can't be an 8 by numbered rooms, I notice. Assuredly, this is going to have to be a 9 in order to make this work. Yes, exactly the same with the 7 in column 7, right? The 7 in column 7 also is on this line, so it needs to go with something else that it can go with, which will also be a 3, 5, or 8, I believe. Can't be 1, 2. Can't be 4 by Sudoku. Could be 5. Can't be 6 by Sudoku. Could be 7. Can't be 8. Or could be 8. Can't be 9. Okay, yeah. So yeah. So none of these are 1s and 2s, right? And so basically everything in this digit is either a 7 or it's on a German whisper with a 1, 2. So there's a 1 and a 2 in this column. They can't both go on the black dot. So this is a 1 or a 2. Is what chat is pointing out. And so we have a cute, like, almost arrow now. let's see. Row. Sorry, I'm trying to find row 9, column 3, numbered rooms. This can't be a 7 because it would make the numbered rooms clue for 6 correct. So in fact, that's a 7. Very good. Okay. Right. And this can't be a 1 because it would make the sandwich clue for the 6 correct. Very good. So now this can't be a 9. So we'll just go ahead and remove that. Can't be a 2 or 7 either. Because I can't make the arrow correct. And this can't be a 1 by the sandwich rules, because that would make the sandwich an 8. So that's a 1, which means this is the 3, 5, or 8. Okay, so these two digits are consecutive because neither of them are 2. And I need to break this Nabner line. Yeah, this is quite cool, Brody. So what are they? So they can't be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These can only be 8, 9, right? Do we agree that 8, 9 is the only actual possibility to make these work? Isabella at least agrees. And so therefore we have learned that these digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These digits are 1, 4, and 6. I cannot make this a 6 because if I do, it'll be 1, 4, and that will add to 6, so that doesn't work. But I can't make these a 4, 6 because those would add to 10, so I can't make this a 1. And so in fact, this is a 4 we get conveniently. The 2 in this box is in one of these cells, funnily enough. Okay, so what are these? There are not entropic lines in the puzzle. I keep, every time someone says something like that, I have to go back and make sure that I did not misread it. Yes, there are not entropic lines in the puzzle. These are Nabners. So 4, right? 4 is only consecutive, or only not consecutive with 8. Okay, and so these are 2, 3, 5, and something else. 2, 3, 5, and 9. Okay, and that one's not 2. Okay. This digit can never be 8 or 9, because if that's an 8, this can't be 9. And if this is an 8. Oh, no, sorry. This could be 8 if that's 9. Never mind. Sorry, I was trying to be cute, but I was wrong. The 9 is resolved by the numbered rooms. Right, that can't be a 9. So that is an 8, and that's a 9. Well, now this cell can't be an 8 or a 9, for the record. Or a 7. Or a 1. I think this can only be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is, I believe, what is left. Yes, it would be very cute to make this puzzle with an orange line that can't be entropic, Nabner, or Dutch Whisper. I think that would be fun. It's a little unfortunate that none of those distinguish highs and lows, because it would be nice to make it with only lines that are not that, but someday. Although if you follow this line of logic too long, you accidentally create antimatter, which is maybe my least favorite of my puzzles. Right. If this were 3, it would make that a 5, and it would make the numbered rooms correct. Correct. Very good. Okay, so that's not a 3. Okay, X sums I don't think is one of the ones I have to think about either. It is not. Though skyscraper is. So there cannot be a 35 skyscraper here. This also can't be a 3. So if I sort of mark off what this can be, can't be 1, 2, 3. Can be 4, 5. or 6. Can't be 7, 8, or 9. I think this can only be 4, 5, or 6, I believe. Let's see. And I know one of these is 3, 5. And what's the other one? 3, 5, 4, 6. I think that's right. I think this is 3, 5, 4, 6. Okay, so if this is a 5, that can't be a 1 is probably going to come up. Let's see. The 0. Is the 0 interesting for any plausible rule set? Oh, it's saying the 1 and the 9 in this row aren't next to each other, I guess. The 3 seems like it could be saying something about skyscrapers. I do know there's a 7 down here, I suppose. I'll go ahead and mark that. There's a 7 here. It can't go with a 1 or a 2. It's going to be funny if I decide, yeah, something about parity with those. The box 7, 6 is the one next to the 2, right? So there's a 6, 2. So if this is 9, the sandwich sum breaks. Oh, right, because it becomes 0. Right. Okay, yes. Okay, yeah. So so one of these two is a 2, right? The one on the right. I was trying to be like, how on earth does anything end up adding to 5? No, it makes it that, right? So the 9 here would not be next to the 6 because the only thing the 2 can go next to is the 6. So the 9 would be next to the 1. That would break that. So that's never the 9. Okay, so this is either 2, 6 or 5, 1. Those are the two options. Yes. Okay, this can't be 9 either, Garion points out, because if this is 9, then either this sells a 7, in which case the numbered rooms clue is correct, or this sells a 1, in which case the 35 is the correct sandwich clue. So this is never a 9 either. And so I think at that point we've now placed the 9. So I think that now has to be the 9, which I think means that's the 2 and the 6, and the 1 there. Very, very cute, yes. 9 in column 4. Wow, gorgeous. Great spotting, Isabella. So 9 in column 4, we have independently ruled out of all of these cells. So the 9 in column 4 goes there. Therefore, the 9 in this row now goes here. Oh, no, sorry. The 9 could go on the tip of the... sorry, I was trying to say the 9 can't go on the tip. But the 9 can go on the tip of the thermometer, because this is actually a link 3 thermometer. 2 in row 8. I don't quite understand what's going on with that. Oh, it's a different row 8, isn't it? It's not this row 8 that people are talking about. 2 in this row 8. How about 2 in this row 8? Is not there, right? So 2 in this row 8. is in one of these cells at least. So that does mean the 2 is down here. That means this cell for sure is 2 or 7 because you can't put 2 and 7 together on the whisper. So if you do try and put a 1 down here, you'd better put it with the 2 over there. Otherwise, the 1 goes down here somewhere. Oh, there's no 8 in this cage is kind of interesting. Don't quite know what to do with it. I'm at risk of making the skyscraper in this clue correct if the 8 comes before the 9, is Kurabon's point. The 8 can't come before the 9, because if the 8 comes before the 9, I will see exactly 2, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So the 8 has to come after the 9, which means that we actually need the 8 there and the 9 there. Sorry, we don't need the 8 there, but we do need the 9 there. I don't know why on earth I randomly tried to say where the 8 had to go. Don't ask. Okay, so now the 8 in this box is here by the avoidance of look and say. Funnily enough, I can't put 1 in okay, I could never put 1 here because 1 here will just break instantly. So the 1 here is either there with the 2 there, or something else. Okay, 8 in box 2 now is now in one of these cages. And we said previously the 8 can't go on the tip. So in fact, actually, these are an 8-9 pair. Chat also spotted that I can't put the 1 here or here by sandwich. And I can't put the 1 here because it would make the thermo correct. So the 1 in the row actually goes there. Okay, so these digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so and that can't be a 3 because it would definitely make the thermo correct. And this can't be a 5 because it would definitely make the thermo correct. Okay. So that means the 3 and the 4 in row 8 are both in the 12 cage. Oh, sorry, no, that's not true. Never mind. Sorry, don't listen to me. What is the sum here? Is the sum anywhere close to making this 18? That would be 24. Okay, maybe I should do the easier thing first, which is that I can't make this 3, 4, 5. So I need a 3, 4, or 5 here. So these are from 2, 3, 4, 5. And this one I know is not 3 or 4. So this one is 2 or 5. And so this one can't be 2 actually anymore, because if this was 2, it would make that 5 and leave that no value. So this isn't 2, and so that is the 2, which now makes this the 4, which makes that the 5 and that the 3. Okay, so hopefully this cage doesn't sum to 18 because I never looked at it. So we've got that. So that is a 5. None of these are 5. So what are the digits that are left here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I wasn't saying I never used the clue. I was just saying I never used that it didn't sum to 18. And these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so these are 1, 2, 3, 7. Okay, so sadly 3 and 7 can go next to each other here. And that is all fine. Okay, so 8 and 9 are definitely on this ride by Sudoku. And so therefore 7 is not here. So 7 in this column is up here to make the Renbon break. 7 definitely doesn't go with the 8, but 7 could go with a 9. Let's see. Okay, so the 7 in this box is in one of these two cells, I suppose. This can't be a 5 because it would make the numbered rooms clue correct. That is true. This can't be a 2-6 combination for whatever that is worth. If this were a 6, it would make the skyscraper correct. That's right, because you'd see the 6, the 8, and the 9. So that's actually a 4. Let's see. So now this can't be a 2 because it would make the numbered rooms for that 4 correct. So now this is a 7. So now these are a 2, 3. And I need this to be either 2, 5 or 3, 6, funnily enough. Oh, and this can't be 3 by numbered rooms now. So that's 2, that's 3. And now this can't be 5, so it's 6 and 5 to break the arrow. Got it. Okay. So on this Napner, I either have both 1 and 2, both 4 and 5, or both 7 and 8. One of those options is correct. Let's see. Yes. Okay, so 3 and 6 in box 3, very cool. Okay, great spot. If I look at box 3, 3 and 6 are both on these. And so, of course, they need to be kitty corner from each other in order to make that plausibly work. 9 in box 3. Why can't I put the 9 there? Because of the numbered rooms clue. Got it. Yep. So yeah. So I can't put the 9 on the arrow here because it would make 9, 3, 6 is the sum. I can't put the 9 there because it would make the numbered rooms clue correct. I can't put the 9 anywhere in this column or in this row. So the 9 is in fact in one of these two cells, which means that none of these cells are 9 by virtue of the this being a look and say cage. It would have 2 9s in it. So there's a 9 down here instead, which means those aren't 9. So one of these two is 9. The 9 does indeed look left. And now the 7 can't go there anymore. That did actually place the 9 in box 5. That's true. That is actually a 9 now. Now the 8 is placed as well. Right. Okay, so now there is an 8 up here. I think this cage is unlikely to sum to 29, but we'll be careful. Although it doesn't have to not sum to 29. It can sum to 29 and still just have a repeated digit. If this is a 6, the skyscraper is correct. Several people in chat point out, because then you'd see the 6, the 7, the 8, and the 9. So this is 1 and 6. Let's see. What else is there? Let's see. Not particularly worried about that coming out. Let's see. Yeah, I know that's not 4, but that's fine. It's not 8. I need to make sure that things don't add to 8. Laura has marked this cell and said, we know it's not 7, so it can only actually be 3 or 5. It's not 7 because it would make the Renbon true. So let's see. So up here, if you look at what digits we actually have, we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 1, 3, 5, and 7. And I know this one's not 3, and I know it's not 7. This one I seem to know very little about. This one I know it's not a 5, at least. Yes. Okay, so 1 in this box now, Malcor's pointing out, does not go in any of these cells, but it also can't go here because it would make the sandwich clue correct. So that's going to be my 1 over there, which means that one of these is going to be a 1. Someone keeps talking about a 1-1 cage. Neither of these can have a 1 is the point because they're 1-1 cages. I now understand the point. So that has become a 3 and a 7 and a 1. Got it. Okay. Which is finally sorted out the 1 and the 7. So this is not a 2. That's not a 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, not 5. We already have a 5 in the thing. Okay, so this isn't 3 or 6. This isn't 3. This isn't 2 or 4. And one of these 3 6s is that 3 6, and it goes over there. Okay, let's see. People want me to mark up this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so this is not a 9. This is a 1, 2, or 4. This isn't a 2. This isn't a 1 or a 4. So I can't make this a 9 is the point, because if I do make it a 9, it definitely is a correct German whisper. So the 9 has to go there. Oops. So that's not a 9. So that is a 9. Okay, so I have to avoid the universe where this is a 1-8. So there's either a 1 or an 8 on here. One of these is definitely a 1. One of these is definite. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I was going to say that placed the 1, but I was going to say something utterly ridiculous. This isn't a 3 anymore, which means this is a 3. Means there's a 3 over here somewhere. In fact, the 3 is in one of these two cells. Don't know which one. Let's see. Maybe I should mark these cells. There seems to be a 4-6 pair, if I believe the mighty Sven. Let's see. Nicholas is noting that the 5 in this column is actually placed because it can't go there. So the 5's actually in this arrow. I believe the cage can sum to 29 if it contains repeats while doing so, based on the way the rules are written. That is my reading of the rules anyway, although I have not universally read rules the way that setters have intended me to read the rules. Let's see. Okay. Couldn't I just also make that a 4, Martin? Let's see. What if I mark down here? Didn't really lend any insight, if I'm being honest. Let's see. Yeah, this is only 4 or 7. Actually, that's a 5-8 pair. That being a 5-8 pair kind of suggests that maybe I should mark these up, although I don't think it is actually as interesting as I had thought it might be. Let's see, good spotting. Charlimpos. What about these cells? Are these more restricted than they look? They don't seem more restricted than they look, if I'm being honest. They have about as many things in them as I sort of thought they were going to have in them. Okay, so if there's a 1 here, then there's an 8 here. Okay, so then it would need to be the 7 that was down here. Because of the fact that I need a pair of consecutive numbers in here. And that pair is either 7, 8, or 1, 2, or in one specific instance, 4, 5. Let's see. Someone said something breaks 4, but I'm not sure what thing they're talking about that breaks 4. Is it this being a 1? I don't know. Oh, apparently this is a naked 3-6. Wow, yep, this is a naked 3-6. Very good spotting. So no 3 or 6 there. So I can pencil mark these and remove 3, 6 from both of them. So that's a 4, 7 pair. So that makes that a 1 and that a 2, which places the 1 here. Oh, I forgot 2 in box 3. I don't think so. This isn't a 1. We never used this arrow, I'm pretty sure. Interestingly enough. Okay, so now we are meant to check the sum. And so, oh, sorry, I should probably fill in this first. Now we can check the sum. These sum to 12 plus 13 is 25. So if I make this a 4, it will sum to 29 without repeats. So that needs to be a 6. So me the 3 and the 6. 6, 2, 3, 4, 3. And now we can mark in the rest of this. Oh, actually, maybe I will get to use it. I think I'm going to get to use it to say this isn't a 4, maybe. Sorry, I thought I had run out of all the ways that this could work, but no, there is one more way that it can work. So I might still get to use the arrow. I think I do still get to use the arrow. Okay, so I don't have 1, 2. So I either have 4, 5 here or 7, 8. But this can't be 7, 8 because if it was 7, 8, then this would be 4, 5. So the Nabner can't be 7, 8, so it needs to be 4, 5 to not break the arrow. Okay, good. Very cute. And apparently I didn't fill in all the digits. Very nice. I liked that quite a lot. I think that was the first lake puzzle that I did, but I quite enjoyed it. Or if I were Simon, I would say I enjoyed it mightily. I found that to be a very enjoyable romp. And not as difficult as advertised, although part of that is I think that most of the difficulty came from scanning when something was randomly a numbered rooms clue, and I had 30 people to help me scan when something was randomly a numbered rooms clue. So I think this is probably one of those puzzles that would be a lot harder solo because of scanning. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll come back and I'll do another short puzzle that will not be 5 stars, but I'll be back in just a moment. right, welcome back. We're back with a puzzle that doesn't at all fit on the screen for some reason. I will show the row column labels and then I will try and make it fit back on the screen. One moment. Suddenly every puzzle wants a bespoke arrangement of things. Oh yeah, I should have done Paul Fly's 300 celebration Ubon. That would probably have been a good stream ending choice. Unless Paul Fly tells me that it is a million thing. I figured we had time for a full deck and missing a few cards 2-star puzzle. Who knows? Maybe we'll have time for something after that if this is quick enough. So we have thermos, like in the last puzzle, where the digits have to get bigger. And this puzzle, the clues are actually correct for a change. And then we have quads, which tell us that these digits need to appear at least once in the surrounding cells. So the first thing I notice is that neither of these cells can be a 4, so at least one of those digits is a 4, because this is way too far up the thing. And so, because one of these needs to be a 4, but it can't be one of those two, one of these two is a 4, which sort of looks backwards over here. The 1 in this box needs to be in this column, which does mean that the 1 in this box needs to be in this column, which indeed, as AFK says, places the 1 here. And we can bring out our intern Big Zach for the 1 dance. Woo! 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 Thank you, Big Zach. Thank you. So we got a 1 there. That's not a 2 either, for what it's worth. So one of these two cells is a 2. Okay. 2 in box 5? Let's see. I do know that there's sort of 9s and 1s in these cells, although those aren't 1s. People in chat have pointed out. So one of these two is a 9, for what it's worth. Let's see. 2 in box 4 can either be here or can be here with a 1 there, which looks okay to me. Oh, no, it can't be. Sorry, there's a 1 quad here that I have not appreciated. Right. There's a 1 quad here. And the 1 quad here means that this can't be a 2 either. And that certainly can't be a 2. So actually, these are a 1, 2, 9 triple. Which does mean that one of these is definitely an 8. Which means that one of these is definitely a 9. For what it's worth. Right, and also one of these is a 3. So 3... Yeah, I guess 3 in this box is a little bit less instantly commanded, although it does sort of hook up with this 3 to tell me that there's a 3 in one of these cells, which could maybe someday be useful. I guess I know that this digit is at least 5, actually, because, oh no, right. This digit is at least 3, so this digit is at least 5, and so let me actually mark these cells of this in terms of what they can be, just in terms of good looking. Oh, this one can't even be 9, actually. If you look at it, there's a 9 looking up at it. So actually, this one just is forced. And that actually forces it all the way back down to there. So we get this 8, 7, 6, 5. And then this can't be 4. So indeed, this is a 2 or a 3 are the two options. And so this is a 1 or a 2. Oh, we know this isn't a 2, sorry. This is a 3. Right, because there's a 1-2 pair, or sorry, there's a 1-2-9 triple down there. Okay, so now the 8 in this box is now down in one of these two cells, and whichever one it is, the 9 is in one of these two cells, which means that isn't 9, which means that is. Which means I have a 9 actually in one of these two cells, because it's not there. So the point is now there's a 9 in one of these cells, not that one. And so that means that there's a 9 up here. I didn't catch that, but the 5, 6, 7 actually did that. So these are now a 4, 9 pair, which now means that one of these two is a 2, which now means that there's a 2 over down here, which now means that one of these two is a 2. One of these is an 8, I'm noticing, and I probably know which one, because I don't think it's that one or that one. So that is an 8. Very nice. Just by looking at my cross marks. So the 9 in this box, I guess I kind of already knew that the 9 in this box is in one of these two. I guess I previously thought it could be there, but now it can only be in one of these. Oh, actually, that's going to be useful. The 9 in this box now is in one of these two cells because of that 8, and now that looks over here and says that's not the 9. Oh, no, that doesn't quite tell me where that is. It just tells me that's not the 9, and that's not the 9. I was thinking that was going to immediately tell me stuff, but it did not tell me things about stuff. I do know that one of these is a 4 as well, just to sort of keep up on my pencil marks. Yes. Okay, yes. AFK points out that this 8 has looked down at this 2-8 quad and therefore made this an 8. And therefore this a 2. Because the 2-4 quad tells me that's not a 2. And so now I know where the 1 is and where the 9 is, and the 2, the 1, and the 9 over there. Very smooth. And these are now an actual 2-4 pair. Okay, so this is a 1 or a 2, just to finish this row off. And 4 and 6 go down here for sure. For whatever it is worth. This certainly isn't a 4, at the very least. Do I know that this can't be a 6? It would have to go, yes, this can't be a 6, because it would have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in fact, the 4, 6 pair is here, which makes these a 1, 8 pair, actually. So we get that. Okay, someone says look at row 2. Column 6. So just look at this. So this cell is, yes, this cell is a naked 3. It's not 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this is a naked 3. Sure enough. So these are a pair. These are a 1, 9 pair, in fact. And I actually know the order owing to this 1, 8. So that's the 1 and that's the 9, which makes that a 9. Let's see. 2 in this column. Oh, it could be there. I know one of these two is a 2, but I don't think I know which one. Right. Malcor points out this digit, this being a 1, 2, tells me this can't be a 3. Because if this was a 3, these would be a 1 and 2, and it would break that cell. Very good. So that's a 3. That's a 1 or a 2. It gives me a 1, 2 pair in the column. Oh, and this one's not a 2. Or sorry, it's not a 1 because there's a 1, 3 quad. So in fact, that's a 1. That's a 2. That's a 1. which makes that an 8, and that a 1 means I did that backwards. When I said that's not a 1, I should have not filled in 1 in it. How about that? Okay, so that is a 2. Let's see. So right. So now this is a 1-3 pair, has been pointed out, because of the 1 and 3 looking down this column. So now that 9 is placed, which has then placed that 9 as well. That can't be an 8 anymore because the 8 is followed by a 9. So we have that. Right. This can't be a 7 either because that can't be 8 or 9. So now that's a 7. This could be a 6, though, I think. Okay. I do know one of... Oh, I know exactly that one's 1, actually. The 1 on this 1-6 quad is placed. So this isn't a 1 either. So the 1 in this row is either here or there, for what it is worth. The 2 in this column is quite restricted. If this isn't a 3, then it's at least a 5, which would require that this goes 6, 7, 8, 9, which it can't. So yeah, so if this isn't a 2, then this number now is no longer able to be a 3, so it's at least a 5, and then that breaks because of this having to be a 7. So this is a 2. Okay, I think now this is a 5 for the reason... Or sorry, this is a 3 for the reason I just said. This just can't be a 5. So there's a 3 in one of these two spots, and it's not there, because there would need to be a 2 there. So that is a 3 just by Sudoku. One of these is a 3. Let's see, we do know there's an 8, 9 in one of these cells for what it's worth. Okay. One of these two... Oh, maybe not. I was thinking... Yeah, one of these two is 2, but I don't think it does anything. Let's see. Nicholas would like me to fill in the triple that's missing here. Sure. So these are not 4 or 6 or 1 or 3, which makes this a 5, and makes these 7 or 8, which does make that a 6, which is very potent. It means one of these two is a 6, for what it is worth. This is just a 4, by the way, because of the column. Oh, I can finish these two? Yeah, that's probably worth doing. That is a 4, and that's a 5. These are from 6, 7, 8. It's not an 8. Let's see. So this is a minimum of 2. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is the least that this could be. If this were a 4, it's already too big, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, if this is a 4, it's already too big. So that's definitely a 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sounds good. Okay. Let's see. There's no 3 here or here. So the 3 is just placed in this bulb if you look at it for Sudoku purposes. So this is at least a 4. So if you just look at the triple that is left in this row, it is 4, 6, and 7, which means that one's definitely the 7. Can this really be a 6? That would require... No, it can't be a 6, because then this would have to be a 7, 8, 9, and that one can't be a 7. So that's the 4, and that's the 6. This gives me the 9 and the 4 over there. And now that's the 9, and that's the 8. Okay, so these digits... let's see, that one is a 7. These are a 5, 6 pair. That is a 2. These are a 4, 5 pair. That's the 5, that's the 4. It gives me the 2 and the 4 over there. Let's see. So this is an 8 because it's bigger than 7. So we get all of that. That is a 6, and that's an 8. So the 6 is in one of these two cells. These are pencil markable. They're a 5, 7 pair. These are pencil markable. Also 5s and 7s. This is pencil markable, and it's a 7. What about these? Okay, well, it's a 3, a 5. Okay, so that's got to be a 4 and a 6, and a 4 and a 6 and a 2. So that's the 4 for this quad. That's a 3 because it's a number between 4 and 2. That's a 1 and a 3. I think I can mark up this and go 7, 5, 6, 1, 5. Oops, put the 6 in the wrong place. 6, 5, 6, 7, 7, and 5. Very nice. Nice and smooth. Let's see. I did see, before I completely forget about it, did the... Wait, where did my 6x6 channel go? Did the 6x6 channel go away? There we go. Did the U-Bahn that Paulfly made get put there? I think I probably have time to do that, but it does not look like it got put there. I think I have to dig it out of the this thread. One moment, gotta go look back before the thing. Okay, there we go. Slightly updated rules. Okay, there we go. Haha. Roman U-Bahn. Let's have a look. Draw a totally connected loop network through the centers of some cells which may branch or turn, but may not have any dead ends. A clue outside the grid indicates how many times the corresponding line shape appears in the corresponding row or column, irrespective of the line's shape or rotation. In cages, no two cells can share the same shape in the same orientation. Additionally, every cell adjacent to a cage must only contain shapes that appear in the cage in that orientation. Okay, good to know. Okay, and we've got our 300 theme. At first I was like, why are these purple? But it is because of the 300 theme. Okay, and we actually have empty clues here as well, so that is interesting. So there's 3 empty cells and 3 lines in the row, and at least 2 ends. So if you look at it there, there's 3 empty cells, 3 of these. It's an 8 by 8, so there's 2 of these, because I need 2 ends, and so there's 0 of both of these. And so that makes everything in this row a 0, 1, or 3. Now, this one's not a 3 because there's 0 3s, and this one's not a 3 because there's 0 3s. And now I have to read the rules again. For what they said about cages. No two cells can share the same shape in the same orientation. Uh, oh, 0, 1, 2. Sorry, 0, 1, 2. Oh, which means that I can't do any of what I just did. Aside from the fact, I suppose, that this is a 0, 1, 2 triple. Because the 2, 1, I can't put both ones in here, right? There's only one orientation of 2 that works over here. Yeah, there were so many 3s in the grid. I was just expecting a 3. This has to be a 0, 1, 2 triple because I can't put 2 1s in here, or I could never fit my 3 3s. So one of these is a 0, and it's got to be that one. And then this one is a 1. It's going to be done in a second. And then this one is a 2. It's going to be done in a second. Okay, so we can do that. And so then we know that this is out as well. Oh, yeah, I guess I assumed that all empty cells were a shape in the same orientation. Sounds like that was intended. So all of these go like that because I need to put the empty cell at an end. Okay, so we've got that going on. Okay. This, I guess, can't be anything. Row 2, column 7 is straight by repeating on the border. This has to be out. Let's do that first. This is out, because if this is in, it's the same shape as that, and I'm not allowed to repeat within cages. So this is in, and it's not a T, so it is a turn or a 3-way. Right. This touches the cage, so it has to show up in the cage. So that means this needs to be a horizontal segment, right? Additionally, every cell adjacent to a cage must contain a shape that appears in the cage in that orientation, right? So this is the only cell that can be a horizontal line. Okay, I will eventually understand the implications of this rule. Oh, and there are no T's in the row. The cage can't expand. That's a cute way of thinking about it. There are no T's in the row, so this is just done. Okay, so everything against this is a 0, 1, or 2, and it's a specific 0, 1, or 2, but I'm just going to write it's a 0, 1, or 2. Row 2, column 7. Yeah, we got the row 2, column 7. Okay, this needs to repeat in the cage. So if it turns down, it doesn't repeat in the cage. So it has to go this way and then be just a straight line. I should have marked this one and then I'd have known. So we've got that. Well, this assuredly is not a corner, so it needs to connect some way or another. In fact, this is going to have to be... Oh, this can't be a 4-way. It's not a corner. Oh, this is going to have to be a straight line, right? If I look at the row, this cell is neither a 4-way nor a 3-way. So this is a 1 or a 2, but if this connects here, then the loop network is dead. So that does not work. So this turns down, which completes the story of the corners for the row. Because there's only 2 corners in the row, is the reason why. So this needs to go down. So it is done, owing to all of that. Okay, there's only 1 empty clue here. Okay, now this can't be a straight line. So this is a corner or a T, I suppose. Right. This is out because it would be another corner, and then because of that, this is out because it would be another corner. So then, as AFK says, everything else is in at the very least, because you only get 1 out per cage at most. Let's see, only 1 corner. Okay, well, this is never a straight. Let me elaborate. Uh, uh, there is 1 out down here. This I know doesn't go only down, but it could go, it could not. Yeah, it's not a plus either. So this is not a 2 or a 4. This is a 1 or a 3, I guess, is the upshot of all of this. See, the thing is, all of this could be out, I believe. I don't think there's anything against it yet. Would that imply... So if any of these are out, it certainly implies that there's an out in this cage somewhere. Wouldn't be there or there. Trying to see if there's some combination here where I put an out in this cage somewhere and it causes something to repeat or not be the right thing. I do need a vertical T in this row. But I don't think I have a limit on the number of T's I have in this row. See, Martin says this needs to connect to the right. If it doesn't, then it is this corner. That's the only corner in the row. Do I know that these aren't both T's and that all of this is out? Oh, right. Sorry, yeah. This can't. I see the problem. It creates 2 corners, right? If you imagine this doesn't connect here, then it creates a corner here and a corner here. So this always connects that way. Got it. Okay, yeah. That is a good way to think about that. Okay, so if this... only goes left, it wipes out all of this completely. Oh, actually, now I know there's a corner over here, right? There's definitely a corner in one of these two cells, because if this, I can't not make a corner in one of these two cells. And so therefore this is a 3. Uh, and these are all not 1s, which makes that a 0, which then makes that a 0, which then makes that a 0, which then makes that a 0. Okay, and now this is only a 2 or a 3. And whether it's a 2 or a 3, it always connects down. And yeah, one of these two is a corner. Okay, so something in this cage is out. It's not that one. Because if this was out, it would make that out as well. It's okay. Right. If this is a 3, it doesn't match the 3 that's in this cage. Right. AFK points out, yeah, if this is a 3, it's a different 3 than appears in this cage. So this needs to be a 2. So it's done. Very good spotting. And so now we know what 3 this is. This is now that 3. Oops. Ah! Okay, I did that in the least efficient possible way, but we'll survive. Okay, okay, notably these two cells both touch this cage, so they both repeat in this cage for whatever that is worth. This can't be out, because if this is out, I repeat the same corner. I was trying to set this in my head at some point. If this is out, I create the same corner in both places. So this is in. So I get that. Okay, now this definitely appears in this cage, and so it's got to be the straight line version, because there's nothing else that appears in this cage that could be. This needs to go down, because if it doesn't go down, it can't be anything that appears in this cage, because the only thing in this cage that doesn't go down is a horizontal line. So this definitely goes down. Actually, the fact that there's 3 vertical lines in this cage, or in this column, is quite interesting, because actually, I could have done this before. One of them has to be in this cage, one of them has to be in this cage, and one of them has to be here, otherwise I'm not getting to 3. So this actually needs to be a vertical line. Okay, what I said before was completely bogus, because for some reason I was acting as though this borders this cage, but it doesn't have anything to do with this cage. But my conclusion was still correct, even though I was being silly, because how many vertical lines can I fit in this column? 1, 2, 3 is the maximum, so I have to make all of those into vertical T's. Now, this needs to connect down, because one of these two is vertical T's. Vertical straight lines is what I meant to say. Has to connect down. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of those two. Okay, so now this is forced, and it is that thing. It's that corner. This is in now. Okay, Well, this cell... Oh, no, I was going to say something dumb. Can't be a straight line is certainly true, but it could still be a corner or something. Uh, I think this can't not go down. If this doesn't go down, I don't think its shape can possibly appear in the cage. Uh, because it would be a leftward pointing corner, and I couldn't... The only place I could put a leftward pointing corner would be there. So this always goes down. Uh, uh, right. Okay, so yeah, so this needs to appear in this cage, Garion points out, and the only thing it can be is this T, by virtue of the fact that it needs to appear in that cage. And this isn't a T by the column clue, Joel points out, so this is, oops. So this is done. Now, oh, this does not touch the cage. Never mind. Okay, this can't go only down, because if it goes only down, it will repeat in the cage. So this always connects that way. Okay, now it's just a question of, does it also connect down? And that, I fear, I do not yet know. I do need to remember there are 3 straight lines in this column, and I so far have only put 1. This cell needs to repeat in this cage somewhere. So it could go straight down. Can this not go straight down? It can not go straight down if this doesn't go straight down, funnily enough. Why can't this just be a straight down AFK? Yeah, okay. We've got to fit our 3 straights in here. We can only fit 1 straight in here. We can fit 1 here and 1 here. So we can fit up to 4. Unfortunately, we only need 3. But we've got to be a little bit careful about that. 1, 2. Right. These can't both be straight, is the point. So 1 straight here, 1 straight here, 1 straight here. So all I know is one of these 2 is straight. Unfortunately, I don't think it tells me anything. Oh, I think it tells me this cell is not empty. Because if this cell was empty, then I could not put a straight in this row in this cage. So I think that cell's definitely in. Oh, maybe I actually have to do that. I think I actually get that little piece of loop. See. That can't go down, huh? I don't see why immediately. Could we not go straight to finish this column? Oh, we couldn't because we still need a empty cell in this column. Right. So yeah, so if this goes down, then I burn my spot because yeah, that's a very good point. I had not appreciated the impact of this innocent looking one here. So yeah, so this can't go down, or we will burst the column because we'll need an end cap in addition to the two lines. Because yeah, you can't have an end cap, two lines, and an empty. And yeah, we do need to have two horizontal straights in order to fit this because the lines can't be vertical anymore. So we can sort of X through those. Uh, sorry, that cell now. Oh, never mind. Why not? There's a horizontal straight in this cage. Uh, there's an empty in this cage. Uh, let's see. I know one of these two is a horizontal straight, so I know there's a horizontal straight in this cage. I don't think I know where the horizontal straight in this cage is immediately. It either has to be there or there. Uh, 7 puts 2. Uh, Now, this will notably become a T if I include this corner. Oh, right. This is the same trick that's come up a million times. I can't exclude this cell. If I exclude this cell, I create the same corner in the cage. Uh, and so I'm obligated to do that. And now, wait, why was that not good? Oh, right. I could then just immediately exclude this, right. In fact, I'd have to, because as we just saw, if I do include this, I think it breaks, right? But yeah, I could exclude both of those and it would be okay. Uh, and I probably do have to do that. Uh, and the reason is because if I do include this cell now, then this type of corner touches this cage, but there's no place in this cage for me to put that type of corner. So I actually have to exclude both this and then this in order to make this work. And so now this has to be the straight that I had promised. So those are both green. Oh, could it? Maybe, sorry, maybe you're right. Maybe it could. Because this could be the one where it's the straight, and then that could be the corner. Yeah, I think you're right. Uh, I think that is possible. we can 0-2 mark those. Oops. I do know the T in this row is vertical, just for the record. So there's no horizontal T's floating around in this row. Row 6, column 2 can't go left. Where would that shape go in the box? I was only a little afraid of saying or of looking at that because of the fact that I tried to make that that kind of deduction a minute ago, and I did it horribly wrongly, and I was a little afraid to repeat it. Yeah, if this goes over here, I think it rules out a straight horizontal line from this box. Is I think the answer. Uh, let's see, 3 straight lines. Yeah, we know we've got straight line in one of these places. We know we've got only one more straight line in this column. I still got to fit 2 T's in this row somewhere. Okay, I think I believe this. This claim. That this can't actually make this connection, although it's a little fussy. I feel like these both being in doesn't work, but I could be wrong in my attempts to visualize it. Right. This needs to go right because if it doesn't, it's the same as that. That is good. So there's never a vertical connection here, because if there's a vertical connection here, then neither of these is a horizontal straight line. This cell, remember, can't be a 3 now because the 3 in the column is vertical. So this is only a 1 or a 2. Oh, it can't be a 1. Or sorry, it can't connect up at least. Oh yeah, if it connects up, that breaks. Because if it connects up, that forces this. Or if it connects up, that breaks both of these from being 2s. Basically, the point is, if this is a 2, I don't get that connection down because there's no 3s in this column. And if this is a 2, I don't get that connection down because this is a 1 or a 2. So this is just never a 1. It's always a 2, which forces that, which is a little strange, but whoops, a little strange, but what are you going to do? So now this does that as well, which means that this is now out. And so now that's out, which now makes this also out. Which now makes this green, and they match, and everything is happy. And these are all bluish. And we can do those. And I have some clues I can orange now, like I can orange that and orange that, I believe. This is done, by the way. Okay, so now, yes. So now an empty cell touches this cage, so it needs an empty cell. It's not that one. Here's a funny thing. This definitely connects to the right, because if it doesn't connect to the right, then this cage doesn't have an empty cell. Explorations in bizarre loop logic applied to U-bonds. Okay, we do need a horizontal straight in this cage, Ron points out, and that's completely correct. And it's going to be one of these two cells, actually. Let's see. If that's out, I don't get my two horizontal straights in this row. So that's in. The column 6T clue. Yeah. If this connects up, it doesn't work. Because if this connects up, it's not a T, and I don't get a straight line in any of those places. So this is forced, Martin points out, to be a horizontal straight. Now I would like for this to be the horizontal straight, but I have a slight concern that this could be a horizontal straight. I know one of these was an upturned corner. So that could be a corner. That could be a corner. Let's see, 2. Column 8. Let's see, if this is in, it's a corner. I agree with that at least. And then that's out, because we need an out in here. So this would be a T or something. Oh, right. Okay. Yes. If this is out, that's in, and it puts in things. So then there's a vertical straight touching the cage, is the point. If this is out, there's a vertical straight touching the cage. And there's no vertical straight in the cage. So this is not out, which means that one is, which means this one's in. So we get that. Okay, so now we needed a horizontal straight in this cage because now basically now I need my 3 straight. So this has to be a horizontal straight. I did horrible things there. There we go, like that. One of these two is straight. I don't know what kind of straight yet. This can't only turn down though, right? If this only turns down, it is a corner shape that does not appear in the cage. So this definitely goes to the left, which now means this has to be the other straight. I gave it its unbluing. Right. This can't now extend down because it would match it, or it would be a T that doesn't appear in this cage, so it's done. Oh, no more turns in column 7. So this is only a 2 or a 3. Column 5 is done with its straights. So this is not straight, is the point. So therefore this bends up. Therefore this is the cell that's out. And therefore we said we needed a horizontal straight in this cage. This is it. This is the horizontal straight. So there we go. Oh, this is of course done. Okay, and so now we need our 2 straights in this row. So this is now the other option for a straight in the row. So these are both done. Can mark that off as done. This can't connect up because the only thing that connects up in this whole well, it could be that or it could be that. But then it would also connect down, right? So yeah, so if this connected up, it would have to be this piece, but then it would also have to connect down, so it can't connect up. So both of these become plain old horizontal straights. Okay. None of these are straights, so that's not straight in particular because the straights in the column are done. So it has to turn down. Now this row actually does have some 3s, so that could be a 3. I hope this is done because I didn't mark it. Yeah. Also, I didn't mark this was done. These are done. Still need my 1, 3. This is a corner which does not presently appear in this cage. In fact, if this doesn't connect down, it doesn't appear in this cage at all. So this needs to connect down in order that it possibly appears in the cage. And so now these are either both the same T or they're both 4 ways. I don't think I know they're not both four ways. That might leave. Oh, actually, that probably doesn't leave enough room if they're both four ways. Oh, yeah, there's just nowhere else I can fit a vertical T, right? I know the T in this. Oh no, I could fit it there. I think I can just get away with making these both four ways instead. Uh, Somewhat annoyingly. Let's see. I do need 2 3-ways in this row. I have 0 so far. That one's definitely not one of them. So one of these two is definitely a 3-way for what it's worth, just by pigeonhole principle stuff. And if either of these is a 3-way, they are both in and they connect horizontally. So this needs to be a T. Ah, yes, this is also just not a T by clue, but we sort of found a T there. So this is a T, in other words, by the power of Martin reading the clues in the puzzle. So this is a T. So this is not a T, because now we've got our 2 T's for the row. Let's see. See, if this connects this way, then this is going to be a straight up 2. Otherwise, this is going to go down. And that's going to go that way. Sadly, that looks like that works both ways. I'm being told the 4-ways here, the version where these are both 4-ways breaks column 7. Uh, 3 corners in row 7, not column 7. Four ways break the column 6, row 7 box. It's only touching it orthogonally, though, right? Okay, I will draw it in. I see. This is the wrong kind of corner. That was the piece I was missing, was that this is the wrong kind of corner. So yeah, if these are 4-ways, then this cell needs to be a corner, but it goes the wrong way. So they can't be 4-ways, so they both have to be 3-ways. Now, if this is out, I don't get to my requisite number of corners for the row. Column 7 has all its corners, so this is not a corner. So this definitely connects both of these ways, because if it doesn't connect both of those ways, it is not a corner, which means that this is a corner. And it's done. So that's in. Oh, and therefore this is in as well. Or sorry, this is done as well, because we needed to finish this row. Uh, oh, there aren't any more three ways in this row. I've already got my three ways in this row, so this is just done. Uh, so if this is in, it's never the same three-way as that. So if this is, so basically if this connects down, we run out of juice, because if this connects down, now there's nothing for this cell to be. Because just by thinking about it, if this is in, it's not a corner, so it's either a straight line or it's a three-way, except the kind of three-way it is not the same kind of three-way that this is, because this three-way would, in that universe, connect down. So in fact, the way that this thing three ways is that way. And so this continues around like that. That is done. This needs to continue through like that. That is done. Let's see. That is done. That is done. And now we look, there are no three ways in this row, so we get that. And now this doesn't have anywhere else it can go. And so I see why the puzzle was called this now. Very nice finale for the 300th stream celebration. So very cool puzzle there. A little trickier than I was expecting, but not too bad. Very cool rule set, though. I enjoyed the very weird to wrap my head around, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. All right, though, I am going to wrap up stream there for today. So thank you so much to everyone for hanging out, helping with the puzzles. We made it through one of our most monstrous of monster puzzles today, so I am excited by that. And then we also did some less monstrous puzzles. We wrote in our own 300 clues. That's true. Yeah, I didn't intentionally do that, but yeah, the 00 I wrote there was also an extra 300, just so I could explain what was happening in row 1. All right, but thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. We've been going strong for 300 streams. May we hope for 300 more. If you'd like to support the stream, by all means, please do that. We greatly appreciate it. You can do that on YouTube by making a one-time donation or subscribing, which you can do by clicking the $sign somewhere on YouTube. We greatly appreciate it. It gets you the green screen names, as well as the windmill by your name, and the Zach emotes and everything else. We're equally happy if you support us on Patreon, but sadly we cannot give you the YouTube benefits then. But we can give you all the other things. And I think we make it 50 cents cheaper on Patreon because we can't give you the other things. But anyway, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it. Last but not least, I'll thank the Turbines, the people who donated at the top level: Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, and Plonktime. Thank you all so much. I'll see you all real soon. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.